everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Elaine Waterman, and I am the Executive Director at the Firehouse Art Center and the lead instructor for Slay the Runway, which is a program that we created to design safe spaces for LGBTQIAP plus youth. So I just wanted to say thank you to a couple of people before we get started. I wanted to say that without the help of these organizations, we would not be able to have Slay the Runway, and those are the Scientific Cultural Facilities District, or SCFD, as well as Arts in Society. So this was a grant-funded program that we were able to bring on to the Firehouse and offer at no cost to the teens and the participants. And they were able to have 8 weeks of design and construction classes and then cap that off with a culminating runway show. And that was really only the first part of the program. The second part of the program was this Caregivers Conference that we are putting on today to kind of just help caregivers to bring that celebratory space that we created at Slay the Runway home, so that you know, we could have these safe and celebratory spaces, not only you know, just in creation spaces for creation and self-expression, but also to be creating those spaces at home. And I am joined right now today with Stephen Frost, who is my co-collaborator, I guess, co-founder of Slay the Runway. Stephen is the instructor for the Boulder cohort, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of information about them. So Stephen Frost is an instructor in the Department of Media Studies and an interdisciplinary artist. Their research focuses on textiles, memes, queer history, pop culture, and community development in DIY spaces and libraries. In their creative work, they often use textiles. Their association with the body and garments evoke tactile memories. Using weaving, they combine traditional materials like yarn and cotton with non-traditional materials from a range of sources, exploring the ways history and time are embedded in materials. Their artwork evokes specific narratives and stories referencing aspects of their personal and family history and the history of the LGBTQIA+ people, among other topics. In workshops and interactive performance events, they work to amplify marginalized voices and foster communities to produce their own forms of representation. So thank you so much, Stephen, for being here today and for being a part of the program. Definitely, I feel like Slay the Runway would not have been as wonderful of a program for these kiddos if we didn't have your involvement and also Lily's involvement. And I just have to say, like, your professional experience really elevated what I was hoping to achieve in the program. It was just kind of like a dream, a wish and a dream for me, but then really inviting you in really made it into reality. So I just wanted to say thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Elaine, and thank you so much for all the work that you do to organize, to make this happen, and to, you know, keep all the ducks in a row with Slay the Runway. There's no way I could have done it alone. I mean, I could have, but it would have been a mess. Yeah. So thank you so much for all that. You know, things like, you know, you have to feed children. Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, what? Yeah. They can't just get their own food? What's wrong with these? No, I had so much fun working with you. It was such a pleasure. So thank you so much for having me here today. Yeah, and just to give you a little bit of information. So when we first started creating this program, it was in 2019, and so then the pandemic happened, and we kind of had to put a big hold on it. It was going to be a summer program, and then it turned into kind of like a fall program where these kiddos would come every week and design. And as far as creating this community, you know, it was definitely not how I imagined it to be, but that coming week after week, it was kind of like an interesting way to kind of feel out what the program might be in its, you know, in the form of what we're going to be doing it next as a summer workshop. Yeah.
Is there anything that you wanted, like any stories that you wanted to share about your kiddos, or?
Oh my gosh. Well, I honestly feel like it's just such a pleasure to work with queer youth. They're just so cool, inspiring. Oh my God, my musical taste is so much better than it was 6 months ago. I still listen. I'm like, oh yeah, my niece was like, we were hanging out over the holidays, and she was like, where did you hear that song? And I was like, oh yeah, that's the Slay the Runway kids gave me that track. But no, I think that the process of working with them has been really rewarding for me, for the Boulder Public Library community as well. I think that when you first asked me if I wanted to be part of this project, I had just ended a 3-year project, not Slay the Runway, the Sewing Rebellion, which is a monthly workshop that I held at the Boulder Public Library. And this was such a cool opportunity. At that moment, I was like, the Sewing Rebellion is a project that a friend had started that I'd carried on with her, and she was ending the project. And I had just gotten back from working with Out Maine and their queer youth project that they hold every fall before the pandemic, starting again this fall. And I returned, and you said, hey, would you be interested in working with these kids and helping me on the grant? And I was like, yes. And I had no idea going into it how much I would love it. I think that the idea, sometimes I work with college students whom I love. My students, I was just, texting one with getting them the quiz correct that they needed to take for tomorrow and those things. But there's something about being in a queer space and knowing that the people that you're working with maybe had similar experiences to you growing up, or maybe that they share a common language of the queer community, and putting my strength and my time into working with them is just so rewarding and so just so incredible. I mean, they're just all the awesomest kids. I just can't get over how cool all of them are. I love the way that they see the world, their creativity, their fashion. Everything was just so fun in that aspect. Obviously, I usually work with college students who are afraid of me because I give them grades, which is like, don't be afraid of me.
And this was completely not a graded thing. Yeah. And these kiddos came into the program, and some of them have never sewn on a machine.
Oh yeah.
But, some of them had been making their own outfits for a really long time already.
Oh,
so
yes.
there was a wide range of, but it actually turned out way better than some of my sewing experiences have gone. I mean, even with teaching adults, these kids really picked it up pretty quickly. And, yeah.
We had a lot of support. I mean, Lily James, who worked with me, was also a key part of everything. I mean, she kept the students in line. She, just as far as hey, we've got 2 weeks. You probably want to start your dress.
Yes, yeah. It went from we can just mess around and learn on the machines to the runway show is in 2 weeks. Yeah. We have, these outfits to make. But
that public presentation is so important part of what Slay is too. That it's not just I made this outfit to wear. It's now it's part of a performance. It's part of a movement. But it's also so amazing to celebrate those young people in front of their family and their friends.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's not necessarily an opportunity that queer youth get across this country, right? And so to be able to do that with them, to see how that experience changed them, was just awesome. And I'm like, yes, let's do it again.
Yeah, and I really, saw all of their confidence really kind of growing throughout the whole week. And then the performance was just amazing, especially having it in, the Black Box Theater at the Atlas Institute. It was professionally developed and just an amazing, we could have kind of thrown something together, but this was professional lights, music, film. And these kids really got a great, and they got makeup done by All Night Alliance. So it was just an amazing experience all around. So we wanted to get started with some of the panels and, kind of just introduce some other people to talk other than us. But we're going to run into a couple of videos right now. One is the Slay the Runway video, and it's just going to give you more information about the program. We talked about it, but this is like the nitty-gritty of what they actually do, and kind of information about the summer camp that we're going to be offering in June and July of this summer. We're also going to see the trailer that Super Bloom filmed of the Slay the Runway show. And Io is going to come on and talk about his outfit that he created for the show. It is this fantastic hot pink and black design, and totally brought me back to my days in the 80s, and it was just fantastic. After that, I will be introducing the Speaking Out program from Out Boulder. Out Boulder County's Speaking Out program is a volunteer speakers bureau where members of the community from every part of the LGBTQ spectrum share their stories on a panel of 3 or 4 people. The panels mostly occur in middle and high schools, but they occasionally travel to presentations like this to kind of share their experience. And Speaking Out is Out Boulder's longest running program, and it provides Boulder County with LGBTQ plus visibility, still so desperately needed for our youth, even in a world with marriage equality and increasing LGBTQ plus visibility. They have years of data supporting what we already know in our hearts, that speaking out changes lives and saves LGBTQ plus people from isolation and fear. We are able to offer young people a safe place to ask questions, and also diverse representations of what life can look like as an adult queer person, something youth almost never see in the media or in their adult mentorships. So obviously representation is such a big thing, and we are really happy to be able to have the Speaking Out panel come on and talk with us. And as it said, ask questions. Please feel free to type in your questions in Facebook, and we can address it in the next panel. So we will see you shortly, and thank you again so much for being here and sharing this experience with us.
Hi, my name is Aya, and I am a senior. This was my first experience with any kind of fashion design or sewing. I made a rave outfit, and I wanted to do something that was traditionally feminine but wasn't made to exaggerate any kind of feminine features. So I've got the partially skirt and partially pants, and a lot of straps because I think they look cool, which lots of straps, and spikes because I also think they look cool. And yeah, that's my outfit.
We are back. So I hope that you enjoyed hearing more about IO's experience and about their outfit that they created. And we are here with the Speaking Out panel from Out Boulder. And before we get started, I just wanted to kind of do a round of introductions. So as I said before, my name is Elaine Waterman, she, her pronouns. Just I identify as gray ace. And as far as my experience, it's kind of just because, being asexual, there really isn't kind of like a presentation. And I feel like I've come into my kind of identity through the experience of my kiddo, who was involved in Slay the Runway. So it's been an interesting kind of like experience for me. I kind of already knew, but then kind of going into it, it's really helped me learn a lot more about myself. So that's me, Elaine, she, her, and I will pass it on to Stephen.
Oh my gosh. Well, Elaine, thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you everybody else who's here today. It's nice to be here with so many great people. My name is Stephen Frost. I use they, them pronouns. I identify as queer and non-binary. I've been out as queer for many years now. It's been really fun, and working with the students at Slay the Runway has given me a lot of opportunities to explore my own relationships to gender. It's just something that not necessarily happened when I was in high school. I think it's really weird to look back at pictures now and think about like what I was trying to do, right? Like what I was trying to present, even just a few years ago. And it's really nice to be here today. Thanks for having me. I will pass the baton to Bryn. Welcome.
I'm Bryn. I use pronouns he, him, and I'm transgender. I started my transition very late in life. I was 54 when I transitioned. And so I grew up in a small town, and transgender wasn't even in the vocabulary growing up in the 60s and 70s. So it's been quite a journey for me, and I'm happy to be here.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Ruby. Thank you so much for having us here today. I've heard some wonderful things about the Slay the Runway program that y'all have been putting on and talking about, and so really excited to be a part of this. I am Ruby. I use pronouns she, her, or ella, la in Spanish. I am a Chicana, a Mexican-American, trans woman. Originally, I hail from Chicago, but I'm here because this is the setting that I've chosen to be the setting for my transition. And so that is why I am so far from home right now here. And I'm really excited to be here.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Chiffelo. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am a 48-year-old gay cisgender male. I have been out for probably 30-some years, and so really excited to be here today to share a little bit more about myself and my journey. Thanks.
Awesome. So the panel members are just going to share a little bit about their stories, and then we'll kind of just have a conversation, whatever that brings up, whether it's questions or anything like that. So let's get into it.
Okay. Again, I'm Bryn, and like I said, I grew up in the 60s and 70s in rural Tennessee, and they're in the Smoky Mountains, and with two brothers, played a lot of sports, was born female, and knew since the time I was about 3 that I'm a boy, and it was very, very hard to grow up in an area and an era where that was not possible. And was not discussed. Nobody talked about it. I didn't hear the term gay until I was in high school, and that basically meant an effeminate man. And I remember being in college and high school and just feeling awkward trying to date, and it just something just felt off. After college, I moved to Texas. I met a woman and fell in love, and we were married for 18 years, so I lived as a lesbian, and I thought that was my fit, and I realized it really wasn't. And it was very difficult because we had adopted our son. He's about 6 years old when I couldn't do it anymore. And so divorced after 18 years and decided to try to go live my life, but didn't know what that was exactly, didn't know what that meant. And so I waited another 10 years before I really felt like I can live my true self. Started meeting other transgender people, and that was the key to going, oh, there's other people like me. This is a real thing. So started my physical transition when I was 54. I'm now 60. I moved to Colorado in 2017 and met my wife. We got married during COVID, and I've just been very, very fortunate because I've had a lot of friends, a lot of support. When I was still in Texas, I was able to transition at my work. I was working in the legal field, and I worked with lawyers that were very supportive, and had a lot of friends, was able to transition at my church, and it was just quite a journey. And I have two brothers who, when I was lesbian, one was supportive, one was not so as supportive. But when I came out as trans to them, they were both like, that makes more sense. And I've been very fortunate. They came to my wedding. They did a toast. They've been very supportive. My son is almost 23 now, and I came out to him when he was 16, and he had the very normal reaction of a kid going, what? Why are you telling me this? Why don't you wait till I go off to college? I don't understand. And I told him, I said, I understand you need to process this. It's going to be okay. And I can't keep being emotionally dishonest with you. And this is who I am, and I need to live my life. But I waited for a while till he was really ready, because I knew he was going to face stuff at his school as a 16, 17-year-old. And now I'm totally dad to him. He's totally supportive of me. And I feel very fortunate because I've had a lot of family and friend support. So I'll pass the baton to Ruby.
Thanks, Bryn. It's always good hearing your story, even though I've heard it a couple of times.
Thanks.
Every time I feel like I get a gem out of it.
Yeah, thank you.
So, like I mentioned, I was born in Chicago, early 90s. I am an elder millennial, and I grew up during the 90s. I think it was I had, in all respects, a pretty good childhood. My parents migrated here from northern Mexico, a state called Durango. Spanish was the only language that I knew up until like elementary school, more or less, and so then I was kind of like ESL, but I quickly fast-tracked and became like an accelerated student, and so I always felt like a pressure to live up to the sacrifice that my parents made by coming over to this country, and so that made me kind of a perfectionist and a very high achiever early on. I was always recognized in school as like being like a high capability student, a high achiever. Elementary school and middle school were a little awkward for me socially. I think I was still finding out who I was. I think I knew even then deep down that like something was amiss from what the perception of what my family saw in me and what I saw in me. What they saw in me is they wanted to see like a little version of my father, but what I saw in me was something very different. There's a feminine side of me that I learned very early on, being from a very machista family, that I had to kind of stifle and put away because it was not okay. And I think kind of stuffing that deep down also helped me to want to make up for it in terms of achieving more and more and getting to a place where if I have all these achievements and all these titles and all these accolades, then nobody could ever say anything for me once my secret comes out, right? Which at the time I didn't even have words for it because I didn't know what transgender was. So high school was cool. Graduated top of my class, got into the college of my choice. I was well liked. I flourished socially in high school. I was prom king. I was dating the captain of the cheerleading team. I really had a mission to achieve like the all-American dream, and that's very much what I did. However, I still felt kind of weird inside. I felt like something was missing. Something was not really right. I remember somebody, one of the popular girls from high school, she came up to me and she's like, this is once I started dating the cheerleading captain, Deanna. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're dating Deanna. I always thought you were gay. I'm just like, excuse me? Like, me? Really? What would make you think that? And at the same time, I realized that a lot of people in my close circle were starting to come out. Like, it was kind of like I was attracting, like, queer family to me without even being aware of it. And I'm just, like, weirded out by it, though, because it was scary, because I had a secret that I did not want to look at. And all of a sudden, my friends are coming out, and I'm like, what's going on? Why are you all coming out right now? Like, and if it, my parents were very Mexican, and that also, I kind of forgot, implies that it's they're very Catholic too. So that was a big part of that. And so eventually I did go off to college, and college is kind of where things kind of got messy a little bit. I was on my own for the first time, away from the influence of my family, and I really started to question how I related to women. Now, part of how I identified that I forgot to share at the beginning, other than gender, is sexually I'm also pansexual. So pan or bi, I haven't really settled on a term yet. But yeah, I'm attracted to just people in general. And that means at the time when I thought I was a straight man, I was also confused to how I related to women, because sometimes I would generally have these attachments to women that were romantic, sexual, but also I very much wanted to be them at the same time, which really like added a confusing layer. And so I remember after a couple of failed romances with some female figures in my life that were really important to me, like close friendship wise, I really like went into a spiral, just like questioning like why, like what's wrong with me. Like I was ostensibly on the outside, I was a charismatic and pretty good looking person when I was male presenting. And I'm just like, why can't I make any significant relationships? Why can't I bridge that gap? And what is that weird thing with me wanting to be like them? I did not get it. And so I kind of entered into a dark period in my life where partying was not fun anymore. Partying was just like me by myself in my room with like a bottle of whatever. And so my story does touch on alcoholism, depression, suicide attempts. Those are all part of mental illness. Those are all part of my story. And it happened all around that time, as I was really like, what I was hiding in me was coming out, and I did not want to look at it. And so I was in full flight from reality for a long time. But eventually I did get myself together, and I remember I was watching TV, I was watching Netflix, I was watching Orange is the New Black. And that was the first time I was able to put a name to what I felt, because I saw the beautiful presence of Laverne Cox grace my TV screen, right? And just speaking to like how powerful trans representation is in media. When I saw her, I think that must have been 2013, I believe, I had a spiritual experience watching TV. I really did. And I knew in that moment that I was transgender when I saw Laverne Cox on TV. Prior to that, being transgender was not on my radar at all. So I went ahead and I came out. I came out to my parents. They weren't happy about it, so they kicked me out. I had a little bit of homelessness going on in like my mid to early 20s. Lived in DZ briefly, where that was like the place where I was safely transitioning the first time. And I say the first, well, I'll get to it. And so I was medically transitioning for 2 years, and I was really happy and stuff, but I still had not fully accepted myself, even though I was already transitioning. And mostly it was also because like my parents had just never approved of me, and so that was like really hard for me. After a certain point, I detransitioned, mostly due to pressure from my family to do so and to come back home, and so I did. And yeah, I mean, it was hard, it was weird, but I got used to it. And it wasn't until I was dating this wonderful person who to this day is one of my best friends, that I finally just came to terms with who I was. I had a moment, which again, funny enough, related to TV and trans representation in media. She was watching Pose on TV, and if anyone knows Pose, it's this wonderful show with, features a lot of beautiful black and brown trans women, and it was like as if I had been snapped out of hypnosis, and I realized like, oh, I made a mistake listening to my family. and that was the last and final time that I had such an epiphany, because I've been transitioning ever since then, and very happily so. This time I had the foresight to move to safety first before telling my family. They do know now. I haven't talked to my father in almost 2 years, but I do have some sort of nominal acceptance from my mother. So I think that there's progress to be made there for sure, and a little bit of hope. And whether or not my biological family ever accepts me or not is kind of besides the point at this point, because I found such a great and loving community here in Boulder, Denver area, of other queer folks and other non-queer folks too. I also, other than work, I work in nonprofit, and I'm like a community worker, but I also dance. I'm a dancer, and so my understanding is that Slay the Runway, people are exploring their gender through fashion and through doing that kind of stuff, and I didn't get to do that, but I did get to do that for dance, so dance was that for me. And so I do particularly Latin dancing, and I have a very strong community of dancers that really support me. And as far as like I have my queer community and I have my dancer cishet community, and I couldn't be happier right now with where I'm at here. So yeah, that's my story.
Thank you so much, Ruby. It's so enlightening to hear that. My name's Michael. Again, I was born in Pueblo, Colorado. It's about a couple hours south from here. And I had a pretty challenging childhood, with painful memories of being harassed, called all of the homophobic slurs for sure. And that was even before I even knew who I was myself. So often, anytime that we had to go anywhere, there was a safety assessment that had to be done. It was like, where are we going? Who's going to be there that's going to be starting trouble? Who's going to be there to be able to protect? And so to me, it was this thought process that went through every time I left my home, was to figure out how safe I was going to be. And so I knew I had to get away. And so when it was time to go to college, I chose to go 1,000 miles away to the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, where I thought it would be a lot easier to be able to come out and live authentically. And I remember the first week being on campus, and at that time, the LGBT group was called GLASS, and it stood for Gay and Lesbian Assembly for Student Support. And so, as you can see, that was 1992, a few years ago. But language has changed over time, and it's evolved in the way that we presented the movement. And I think that's an interesting part of that, to think about that. Everything that I did in college, after meeting those few key people who became my chosen family as well, I made a vow to myself that everything that I was going to do out, and I was going to make sure that was the platform that I wrote in on. And so being an RA and OA, all of the different things that I had done in college, resident advisor, orientation advisor, we get so caught up in our acronyms and we forget what that is. And then finally, my senior year, I was so happy that I was elected to be the executive director of, at that time it was called GLBA, so the Gay and Lesbian Bi Assembly for Student Support. And so you see that, again, language changing, adding in the B there. And so, college was a great time for me. And all of my the work that I've done, my whole career, I've made sure that, again, that I could be out, and that was, a non-negotiable for me. And proud to say that I finally have the dream job, working for the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging, working with our Rainbow Elders. So I get to be a professional gay, a professional queer all day long, and be able to fight for that equality and equity work that needs to be done every day. Oh, I also have a partner of 18 years, and I live in Arvada with our cat. So I'm here to tell you that things can be good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. And what I was kind of hearing in all of your stories is that, you were talking about how language was changing, and you were mentioning how, you didn't have those words yet. And then and you were talking as well just about kind of having that language of what your identity was. I think that, when we were putting together Slay the Runway, not to bring everything back to the program, but when we were putting together Slay the Runway, that was one of the most important things to me, is to really have role models and really involving people that, could be really strong, positive role models, as Stephen and Lily, and just showing everything positive that you can accomplish, and then having that joy in your life, and that yes, there are going to be challenges, but these are things that can be overcome when you find your family, like even if it's not biological, you create that family around you. And that was just such a big thing for me. So, and I also have tissues. I am prepared whenever I talk about topics like this. I usually do get a little weepy and emotional, but it's mostly because I am really happy and proud of what we created. So,
I would add to that because that's why I enjoy doing these speaking out panels. I went back to I think it was the 30th high school reunion, I'm trying to recall, but, and I discovered, because nobody was out when I was in high school. Nobody was out. It wasn't, like I said, it was not the vocabulary, nobody was out. And I since discovered, within a mile of where I've lived, a handful, 10 people, that we are gay and lesbian. And I'm the only one that I know of that's transgender, but discovered all these peers. And that feeling of, boy, what a difference it would have made for us and our families if we could have been out. Families could not be out. I recalled my mom early in the 80s contacting me when AIDS was hitting, and a friend of hers that we grew up with, her son's partner had AIDS. And she was reaching out to me because they didn't want to be out. This mother didn't want to be out, but was trying to find resources. And knew that my mom had a lesbian daughter at the time, and then was just desperate of, I'm in this little town, what do I do? And it's such a shame because she could have had other kinds of support, and just that whole feeling of you can't be out. And I talked to some of my peers, they knew in high school they were, but they didn't dare say anything. And I knew something different, but I didn't know what it was exactly, and I wouldn't have dared say anything. And so being able to do this and what you all are doing is just fantastic. For the kids to have, it's okay, and I've got a safety net, and I've got support, and I've got, and it is portrayed positively in the media. We didn't have anything like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that representation is so important, especially seeing positive representation in TV shows and, even just in the media, in the news, and seeing actual real personalities. That kind of break that barrier of that, going beyond just being on TV representation. And then just to kind of talk about how that language is changing, and you were saying, what was it, glass? I was telling Emily when we made the sign, which is above your head, and I don't know if people can see it, but it says Slay the Runway at the Firehouse, creating safe spaces for LGBTQ+. When we made that, it was 2 years ago. I think it was for Pride. And now it's LGBTQIA, and then we added P, so it's still continuously evolving, and I feel having that freedom to keep finding terminology, to define and give what you're feeling words is so freeing, and really just gives people a space to be who they really are. So.
Yeah, our community, I think, can be role models for that and showing that inclusivity, the wonderful plus at the end to show that, hey, we haven't figured it all out, and there are going to be additional identities that are going to come into play and that we're going to include in here, and we're still going to include them, And so I think that we can be role models in that way.
Yeah. So as far as, we kind of wanted to talk during this panel about kind of the more supportive things that have happened in your families, whether it's biological or whether it's your found families, kind of the most supportive things that your families have done that made you feel celebrated, and beyond just acceptance, but really celebrated and really seen. Is there something that you can share? Because this really is a caregivers, to help parents and caregivers create that safe space, try not to make the mistakes. And so is there anything that you can share?
Well, I know that my So my mother, like I briefly mentioned, does seem to be making an effort to reach out to me and accept me for who I am. I think it is costing her just a little bit of work, but she does small things like whenever we have conversations, she'll call me mija now instead of mijo, right? Which in Spanish is like daughter, right? Which is really touching to me. Just that one word is just honestly so powerful. And she isn't perfect in gendering me consistently, but I appreciate that she at least is trying. And I'm the part of my non-biological community. Well, I think my queer community here has helped me feel so confident in my own skin. My dance community has helped me feel so confident in my own body, and finding that validation and helping me realize that like I've always been like okay, like like yes I'm okay, like I liked looking good a little bit, but now I'm just like I feel so uplifted as like a trans woman. Like I feel beautiful for the first time in my life, right? And so like I think there's a lot of support from like my queer family that's like it's okay, you can say it. Like you can say you're beautiful. Like yes, I am beautiful. I know it. Like and I always used to feel like bad about saying it, and like my family's taught me that it's okay. Like it's okay to say it. Like,
Own it, girl.
You can do that. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Michael?
I was just thinking that for me, like, it was really important for me to hear from people. I recognize that folks, when your parents, your family hears you're coming out, that they're on their own journey. And I think it's important to recognize that they're on their own journey. You may have had years to struggle with this, but this might be the first time that they're actually thinking of it. Chances are it's not the first time they're thinking about it, but maybe it is. And so to be, really gentle and gracious, I think, about that. But I think the most important words that I ever heard really were that I love you and that I care for you, and that, I may not understand all of this, but you're still my child, and you still matter to me. And so I think that those kinds of things are really important for people to say. Sometimes the exact words, you might fumble with, but I think it's just important to give people that message that you still care, that they're still a loved one of yours, and that you see them for who they are.
Yeah, I like I said, my brothers were very supportive. My father was deceased before I came out as transgender, and my mom struggled with it. And trying to give them grace and patience in the process, because I had wrestled with it my entire life, and I knew that they needed to process it. I felt very fortunate. Like I said, I was working at the time, and I remember the trepidation of going to tell the attorney I was working with that, hey, there's something you need to know about me, and I still want my job, kind of thing. And he just looked at me and he was like, so you're still going to work here, you're still Bryn, you're still going to do the thing, and that's all we care about, and we want, and we support you. And I was just, it blew me away. I just thought, I don't know what's going to happen here. And to have support from my cousins, my aunts, my brothers, ultimately my son, and then to feel so discouraged and repressed for so long, and then finally coming into my own and going, okay, how is it to live like a guy? And I'm attracted to women, but I feel like a freak in some ways. Nobody's going to fall in love with me. Nobody's going to want to be with me. And to meet a woman who is the love of my life, and she had never been with a trans man before, and to just welcome me and support me and love me no matter what has just been an amazing part of the journey of, and now to be married, and I never imagined I could have a wife and feel the real me. So just to have that love and that support, yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, I love hearing that. Just keep looking for that person, that love. Everyone deserves that love. So
Yep. It can happen.
Yeah, it's crazy to be able to imagine a future and whatever that means for every individual as they decided. I think that in the 90s when I was younger, I feel like there was no marriage. I assumed I would just have a series of anonymous boyfriends or girlfriends or whatever I was looking for at the time. And I don't think I ever expected to have like a steady job. I figured I was like, oh, I'll just work retail forever. Like, this is the way that it'll be. And because I felt like you could never be queer and be accepted in those spaces, or you could never be queer and have that kind of stability. And then I was very depressed as a kid. I don't really think I ever expected to live to be very old. And now that I'm 40, I'm like, oh my God. People are like, oh, what are your goals? I'm like, I'm past what I thought would be possible.
Right.
So everything is great in those senses. And and for me, my family has always been, generally supportive. Of course, they were on their own journey with acceptance. And I think that one thing that I've discovered is that in my family, there were a lot of queer people. And when I came out, I was the only one. And there was another, and there was another, and now there's a lot of us. And now there's not many Republicans in our family because everybody's queer. So it's kind of, the numbers have switched around quite a bit.
Yeah. And, talking about the kids in the Slay the Runway, like, I think that we decided to focus on that, like, middle school, high school age, where, like, you are kind of finding out a lot of stuff about yourself. And then just that additional, like, identity, like, it's just, I feel like it's just so much more to figure out. And when we really wanted to be that space, like, be a space where, they could kind of talk to peers and bounce ideas and maybe have questions, and then also to have, like, the mentors that might have, like, a greater experience and having your experiences as well, kind of just giving them an idea that, how beautiful it can be, beyond the challenges that they might be facing, that, lived experience, how wonderful it can be. So.
They were amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
They would, their ways in which everybody was helping each other, oh yeah, you haven't heard this album, oh, you don't know how to do this, or this is where I buy shoes, or oh yeah, this is where I go to get clothes, this is where, and everybody just sharing information with each other, all these people from different high schools, and there was a really wild group of ages there too. And
Yours was a little bit more striking.
Yeah,
I
mine
had
was,
like one of each age, and then you had like the 18-year-olds and then the 12-year-olds.
Yeah, 18-year-olds and 12-year-olds. And 18-year-olds were gems.
Yeah.
Like, they just were so, I mean, that's what queer community is, right? They were, like, never made the younger people feel not cool. Everybody was there. Everybody was helped. And that's, like, that's what I want in a queer family. And it was really nice to see that sort of built from, it felt very natural for them to be like, yeah, totally. Oh, you've never worn heels before? Sure, let's get it going. Let's figure it out. It was great.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. So, as far as, I guess sharing joy would probably be, one of the things, and it was actually really interesting, and Steve and I came to it from something that you said, because, so as I said, this was grant funded, and when you write your grant, you want to really make it, like, impactful, like, we're going to affect these marginalized teens that don't have any support, and it's like, and all these things are what we wanted to do, like, the higher rate of depression and homelessness and drug use and like all of that. And so there was a conversation that we were having, and you said something about, I want to focus on that, like, I want to bring that into it, but I want to be a space for queer joy. And I was like, oh my gosh, that is totally true, because, I'm looking at it and, like, what is the impact? But, like, I want to be able to celebrate that and just, like, be an outlet for queer joy as well. And I think that, hearing your stories and kind of hearing about your journey and, like, you guys are finding your joy in life, and I think that is such an amazing lesson. So yes, thank you for it. Kind of like flipped the program for me. I was like, oh, we're doing all this stuff, but it was like, let's just be a place to celebrate. So.
How How did you all find places to celebrate during the pandemic?
Yes.
Because there was like the traditional spaces were, I don't know, I went to a couple places with the mask on, and it didn't always feel like the same. I mean, how did you all find that sense of family and joy and like queer gatherings? How did you make it happen during pandemic or not? It's a good answer too. Yeah. Like Netflixed is also fine.
Well, I think it was really challenging. I think, transitioning into more of a virtual space when people were really in need of like actually being in community with one another. I was so thankful that I had my job, really, because it was my job to figure out how we could, still stay in community with people. And so being able to have some of that virtual space that not everybody bought into, working with older adults, not all of our folks are resourced enough to have the opportunity to do the virtual world. They may not feel comfortable even if they have the resources. And so I think it was important for us to really be able to do some of that, but then also try to find other ways. And that was really challenging. So especially when we couldn't meet in person. I know we're starting to ramp up and get to meet in person again, and people are so thankful for that. They're so thankful to be able to have that. So we kind of just did a little bit of the virtual stuff, and I don't know that we really succeeded in that way, but we're able to create some connection for folks.
Well, I know for me, I'm actually somewhat, I don't know if grateful is the word to use, but like there are some silver linings that came from the pandemic and lockdown for me. And that was, I decided to transition to retransition early in pandemic. And I think a large part of it had to do with me just having the time now to just sit at home and like sit with my feelings, right? And really realize like, oh, yeah, I think I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to transition. And so that came out of the pandemic, and so I'm really grateful for that time of like quiet reflection at home. And I know that after that, I lived in I've lived for the past couple of years in like queer communal spaces. So there was always that, like they would become kind of like my families. And during the lockdown, we just became close with each other because we were just the only people we were interacting with. And so that was really good. I have a lot of fun memories and close friendships from a lot of folks that, like lived and came and went through these spaces. I think also dance came to a big halt, unfortunately, during the lockdown, right? Especially like Latin dance, partner dancing. That's like the opposite of what you wanted to do. So I defaulted to doing a lot of like online, like virtual classes, like still wanting to stay in touch. And then as soon as the lockdown was lifted, I was back to dancing, with the whole mask on, and like some people had gloves on, there was hand sanitizer like galore everywhere. So it was a lot of that, and I was just like super happy to do that, and that for me is an expression of my queerness as someone that does traditionally, like I can lead, which is traditionally more of a male role, and I can follow, which is traditionally more of a female role, and I could do both of them at like a pretty high level. So that to me is my queerness, is embodied. So I was really happy to get a chance to do that again, even if it was with masks and hand sanitizer. I put rhinestones all over my mask. Got to glam it up. Yeah.
That's an interesting question, because the pandemic kind of created a mixed bag for the transgender community. Because at All Boulder, they made a quick pivot to, everything's got to be virtual. And just as everything was growing, everything was really, really expanding, the programming was expanding. And so for the adult population, it was very beneficial for a lot of trans folks because they couldn't be public. And so virtual gave them an opportunity of, I can see community on screen and I can be safe. I'm in my own home, but I can start to get to know people and see community. And then for youth, it became a mixed bag because they're in their homes and it's not safe in their homes.
Yeah.
And the only safe space they had was actually at school and with their peers and with teachers that were supportive of them and other allies. And all of a sudden, they're in their rooms going, I don't know. Should I turn on my computer? Should I try to be virtual? Can I do this? So it's just interesting how it was sort of a mixture of, for some trans community members, it was fantastic, and it was like, oh wow, now I can feel connected, and it gives me that courage of a 2-year period, like you kind of said, you're processing it, and you're a little more coming into your own. So now that we're now opening back up, how's that going to affect them? Are they going to feel more comfortable being actually in public or present with other people, in the community?
Yeah. And as far as Out Boulder, I know that there's been a huge expansion. Like, there's a new building, right?
Yes, there's a new building. Out Boulder bought its own building back in December, and it's almost a 10,000 square foot building, and they have the bottom floor. It's the basement, but it's got windows everywhere. Is the whole youth room. And then a second floor has conference rooms and meeting rooms for multiple groups can meet there at the same time. They have a large room with a kitchen to have events and social events. And then upstairs is the office space. So, yeah, it's a fantastic space, and the programs are expanding. The staff has expanded, and it's a great supportive place for people that are in the Boulder County area. And Boulder has a mission and vision to move beyond that. It's already been doing national work. So.
Yeah, definitely grown, and I wanted to, definitely put in a plug for them as far as services. If you are in the LGBTQIAP plus community and you feel like you need more support, definitely check out Boulder. OASOS, who is going to be coming and doing a panel later. There are lots of different resources that are available, and we're going to continue to share them. But Out Boulder is definitely one of the big ones here in Boulder County.
Yes.
So I think that we are going to be wrapping up. I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming and sharing your stories, Bryn, Ruby, and Michael. It was amazing hearing from you and hearing about your journeys, and I wish you nothing but the best in the future. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Of course,
Yes.
thanks for being here. We'll get you all tickets to the July 8th performance of Slay the Runway. What, 2
Yes.
seats each? Maybe 3?
Okay.
Yeah. So July 8th.
July 8th.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we'll be there.
Yes.
Put that on my calendar.
Do it. It's gonna be fun.
Definitely.
All right, awesome.
So we are going to be learning a little bit more about some other outfits from some of our other kiddos. So Rio is going to be sharing about her dress. She actually made 2 dresses for the show. One of them was from Arc Thrift, and we had a partnership with Arc Thrift where they gave the kiddos gift certificates, and they went and they shopped, and they actually, could get things that they could restyle into their own style. So it was amazing, and we thank Arc Thrift so much for that. So Rio's going to talk about her 2 outfits. Max is going to talk about their outfit, and Max was Boulder Kiddos, so is there anything that you wanted to share about?
I mean, Max came into, when you're working with people on a fashion project, it's like, sometimes you have to do so much brainstorming and, stuff, but Max came in like ready to go. They knew exactly what they wanted, and they were like inspired by the kind of cottagecore lesbian strawberry dress, which is a very famous dress. If you guys have ever seen it, it's a floofy, and they were like, I'm going to do like the punk version of that. I'll let them speak for themselves on their video, but they like got their fabric and there was a dress form and they just draped that dress form, and I was like, I'm not that good at draping. And the dress just like came out of the fabric in the most beautiful way, and then their performance was just wild. I think many of the other participants were like, "Oh, Max, you're just killing it."
And then after Max, Ribbon is going to talk about their outfit, and Ribbon was also another Boulder kiddo. Fantastic red and black, and they would
Amazing
come
work.
with the boots, and so definitely.
They sewed with those platform boots on. Well, not those ones, but a different pair.
And the glitter.
And the glitter. Oh my gosh. They bought the tool. They chose the tool that had the pre-glittered tool. And at the library where we were making the work, like something happened where just as it ran through the machine, it got on everything in the entire library. You could just see where Ribbon had been just by tracking the glitter all over everywhere and in my car and all over the places. I think there's still glitter in Building 61. which Riven, of course, would be like happy to see.
So we'll see it the next time that we're there. But yes, so Rio, Max, and then Riven, and then the students are going to come in, and it's going to be all of the kids that could make it. And we are so sorry that some of the kiddos couldn't make it because of work and other responsibilities. So we'll definitely
cool.
give a shout out for the ones that aren't here. But yeah, we'll see you on the other side of those videos. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm Rio, and I sewed 2 dresses for the first annual Slay the Runway in Colorado. And I'm going to show you a couple cool things about my dresses. Dress number 1, performed to Crazy in Love, fabrics from ARC. First performance of the show. Dedicated to Grace Carmichael. Dress number 2, inspired by Nightmare Before Christmas, performed with Kaz. To This Is Halloween. Also dedicated to Grace Carmichael. My first dress was the beautiful flower look that I walked to Crazy in Love with. And I really love this dress because it went from a piece of fabric clumped up with a giant dress that could never fit a kid my age to this beautiful dress that I could slay a runway in. And then I started this project. Now, this dress, even though it was started later, is probably my favorite because it really brought together our group, where I found that it wasn't just a bunch of people making dresses that happened to be in a group. It was people who were really close and formed a bond. And that's why me and my good friend Kaz, we rocked our Nightmare Before Christmas looks together. My favorite part about this dress is probably the slit lace sleeves. Took a lot of time, but with the help of our wonderful, amazing, and beautiful Elaine, it came together pretty quickly. And yeah, so it's really simple if you really put your mind to it. I hadn't really picked up a thread or a needle in about 6 years before this project, and now here I am. These dresses are both the same length, and I guess I like dresses that size. I never knew that before, but here we are. And of course, it was so amazing to participate in this activity. Bye-bye.
This is my dress. I call her Bubblegum Demon. She is made with a beautiful soft underlayer, which you can kind of see through this mesh, with lots and lots of layers of tulle for the poof, and finally a pearl overlayer. I did not sew the pearls onto this fabric. It came that way, and I fell in love and made her. She is accessorized with a necklace, which attaches back here onto the straps so as to give an illusion of, like, you know, floating jewelry. Matching earrings. I did put the beads on all of the chain myself with a little metal that you swirl around. I've paired her with some beautiful horns that I made myself using polymer clay and liquid latex. Her mask is sort of meant to look messier and sort of tying around her mouth more, sort of like a barrier of speech, which is how I feel with my gender in such a heterosexual world, is cisgender world also, is just like so silenced. So that was what I was mimicking with the ties there. Ties are on the back of her head. So yeah, this is my baby. I love her. I'm gonna wear her to prom.
Hi, I'm Riven, and this is the outfit I made for Slay the Runway. So this is all the pieces of my outfit that I made. I was also wearing a corset, some gloves, and boots. But I sewed the skirt with all the tulle, each layer. It was very difficult. Lots of glitter was everywhere. I also made the top with ribbon and some fabric. It laces up in the back. I also made the choker, which is one of my favorite pieces, with an old belt and an ice pick. I screwed on each of the spikes to hold it, and then each of the circles in between was part of the original belt. Yeah. The skirt was difficult. Each layer of tulle was difficult to sew on individually and keep it still layered and looking nice. It's kind of choppy a little bit, but that was kind of what I was going for, so that it had a more movement to it. Yeah.
Awesome. And we are back, and we are here with the Slay the Runway kids from 2021. 2021. Oh my gosh, it's like so hard to figure out what year.
That was last year.
I know. From 2021. So I am going to let you guys know who we are. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we can start with Rio.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Rio. My pronouns are she, her, and I did 2 dresses for the runway. The first one was the first walk, as you guys know. And then the last one was the second to last, and I walked with Kaz, who isn't here, I guess. But yeah, I guess I'll fill in for them. So, yeah.
And then Grace?
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Sorry. My name is Grace. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I did the winged, like, dark angel suit.
I'm Riven, they, them. I did the frilly, poofy, tulle, red, sparkly ball.
Sums it up.
I'm Luis, he, him, and I did I'm wearing it right now. Yeah, this vest and breeches combo. Yeah.
I'm Ember. I have the they, them pronouns, and I did this outfit along with 2 others. The second outfit had a colorful skirt, and the third outfit was this cool jacket with like these prints on them.
Cool. Awesome. So do you want to talk about your outfit? Because we made outfits too.
Oh, yeah, we made outfits too. So my outfit was, I had made a weaving of, I wove a 18-foot piece of fabric that was like scraps from all the projects I'd done in the last like 3 or 4 years. And then I turned all those, and then once it was woven into a gigantic piece of fabric, then I draped it into sort of what Lily called a poncho, but I wouldn't have called it a poncho. But it was pretty poncho-y. And so, like a poncho dress, a cinched poncho.
Okay. Yeah. Fabulous. And it was so cool because it was like your art coming to life as an outfit. It was really fantastic.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's it's so much work to get everybody else ready. And then I was like,
yes.
3 weeks before, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to make a dress.
I think it was the night before. I was still sewing the night before. So mine was actually a skirt that I got from ARC, and I took tinsel, like the stuff that's behind you guys, but it was like silver and black, and I just sewed it with tulle, and it was just very puffy and shiny and sparkly. So
Volume.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was definitely a lot of fun. So talking about fun, if you guys wanted to share like your most fun experience or like your favorite part about the program that Slay the Runway.
Okay, I guess I can go first with that. I really liked like meeting everybody there. Everyone is super cool, and yeah, it's just a really fun environment, and it was nice to like bond over making our stuff. And I didn't know that we were making, or that we could make 2 outfits at first. And when I found out that I could, I ended up pairing an outfit with Kaz when I found the Nightmare Before Christmas fabric. So that was awesome. Yeah. I think I've already started planning my outfit. I haven't planned yes. I've only planned like the outlines. Thanks to Ember, I didn't know that we should have done that. And then they're like, well, I started. So yeah, I started that earlier today, and I'm excited. I think I'm gonna go with like some sort of like blazer, like Morticia Adams kind of vibe. So
Very cool.
Morticia Adams all the way.
Yeah.
We'll have to get a really big wig for you for that.
Yeah. Oh, my uncle has a giant like. Oh, it's a lovely wig. I'll
Oh,
maybe
cool.
I'll
We'll
borrow
have to get
that.
like a Cher long black Morticia Adams.
Yeah.
That'll be so good. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my gosh, thanks for the preview.
Yeah.
My favorite part was honestly all of it, but like the environment was so nice. There was so many resources, and the like mutual respect and the community that we all had was such a fun environment to work in, to like learn in. It made like the creativity in the project just so natural, and like I felt very happy and very creative. It was nice.
So, yeah, my favorite part was definitely, when it comes down to it, the creative freedom and how much you were able to do and how much you were able to choose. It's not like it was a set path for you. You got to choose what you made and how you made it. It was just you were in control.
Yeah.
Want to go or should I go?
So, my favorite part was honestly when the teeniest little thing went wrong. Everyone put in as much help as they could. Like, I remember someone had a thread break, and it was just fixed almost immediately because everyone just went, "Ooh, I can help. Ooh, I can help." It was amazing.
Nice.
And I also have 5 different ideas for what my
awesome.
Oh, wow, exciting. I can't wait.
So let's see. My favorite part was going into the fabric store and like getting all this inspiration, seeing all these like fabrics. It's like, ooh, I want to make something with that. And sort of, I mean, the whole like design process. I mean, I fancy myself an artist. I like doing character design. It's like I get to design for myself, like me. But what I also enjoyed was getting to see what like type of fashion brought everyone joy in their final looks. I think it gave you like, it gave each of us insight into like what makes this person happy. How do they want to present themselves? Because I think, you know, for those of us who are trans, it's like, you know, gender euphoria. You get to like present yourself the way you want to present yourself, and everyone's like, you're in the space where everyone will respect you, and they won't judge you for that. They'll just be happy to see you happy and embrace you. But even for like, you know, our cis peers, cis people can also get gender euphoria. It's that feeling of like, ooh, I look good, I look fashionable, and I feel happy to be in this body. So I think it was great just getting to have that experience of I feel good, I feel fine, and everyone's just happy to see it. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, having the runway show at the end is like, you know, clothing is such an expression of who you are. Like when you're able to dress the way you want, like I feel like there's so many situations where you have to dress professionally, or you have to dress, you know, like a certain way, or you have to wear like shoes that you don't want to wear. And there's so many different situations where like you can't be yourself. And I really feel like this runway show was like, who do you want to be and how do you want to express yourself? And we're going to be here for you, and we're going to, you know, help you with the broken threads and all of that. And it was just so much fun to see everyone create their looks and see it from start to finish, and know that you guys put a lot of work into what you created, especially, you know, it's hard sewing an outfit. And we did do that torturous sloper class that we're not doing
We're
this
not doing
next.
that again.
We're not
No more
doing the
slopering.
sloper.
Okay.
Where you had
okay.
to do like the measuring and like that was
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not gonna do that again.
I don't think anybody really finished it.
No.
I didn't do mine. I had the plan, and I was like, okay, I could do this, I guess. But
You were the test. You were like the test crew, and you guys did fantastically.
Yeah, you did great. You
Yeah.
did great. I was I, that day, printed out, I was like, oh, I'm going to print out a sloper. I'll print it out for, like, my size or whatever. And I had I bought a bunch of sloper patterns from Etsy or something, and I'd used them for, I'd sent the bunch to a student because they'd asked for them, like, a year before. And I was like, oh, I have a bunch in this file. And the one that I printed out was definitely, like, not anyone's size, including me. And we were all looking at it. We're like, is this supposed to be like a base size? What did we do? And then we were really trying to alter it, and I had, oh gosh, it was a mess.
Yeah.
But we figured it all out. Everybody was so patient with me.
Yes, so thank you. Definitely, it was feeling like, I don't know why I decided that we should do this.
Well, let's take the thing that I was the worst at in school and try to do that again.
So, but you know, our partners were so super fantastic. Like you had Building 61 with all the stuff. Like it was just amazing. I was feeling a little bit like a little envy of the 3D printer and some of those other things that. See, I didn't tell you guys. They had
you didn't know we had a laser cutter and a 3D printer.
Well, we could have.
I feel robbed.
Well, we, you know, we can also do that at, oh gosh, what is it? Makerspace that's here. Tinkermill, yes.
Oh, yeah,
so we
Tinkermill's
have a partnership with Tinkermill, so we can also do that. It's just it's off-site as opposed to just around the corner in the building.
Yeah, just we were actually in the same building with in the same room with a lot of the printers.
We'll
and
have
stuff.
to do more field trips.
Yeah, we totally can.
Yeah.
And in this next iteration too, if people want to think through, you know, what could that design look like when I make, instead of buying your spikes from Amazon, which we did buy some Amazon spikes. You had spikes, right?
I had spikes.
We had like 2-inch spikes.
They were big.
They were huge.
But I think they were from Etsy.
Those were custom from Etsy. We get those really big ones. But we can make that kind of stuff on the 3D printer now. If we have time, we can think about where, you know, we could make not just a spike, but like the perfect spike. Like, like, you know, like it has to be the creepy Disney spike that you want. You know, it has to have that and like kind of like, you know, whatever, that Tim Burton feel or whatever we're going for.
Yeah, definitely. So I also wanted to talk about the runway show when we did our makeup. So we had All Night Alliance come and do makeup. Was that your first experience with, I mean, like, you guys could all teach me a lot about doing makeup. As I was trying to do my winged eyeliner, I was like, I'm not doing this right.
Oh,
so anyway.
I washed off a wing because I knew I'd get judged. You better get it right. Nope, I'm done.
The amount of tries I took this morning.
You did great. You guys look great.
Yeah.
Every single morning, I like kind of freak out because I try like maybe 5 times and then I think one more try and then I mess it up, wash it off, try again, and I get to the point where it's like I have to leave and I've gotten nowhere. And it's just me just freaking out because I want it to look good.
It's definitely a process.
The amount of days I've been late I think I've been late almost every day with the eyeliner because it takes me like 1,000 tries. And my grandma was staying for a while my mom was in Las Vegas. And she walked in and saw me like putting tape to try and get the eyeliner perfect because I forgot what I had that day, but I had something important. And she like walked in and she's like, teach me how to do that and everything. So I was like showing her how to do it, and I kept on having to do it over and over, and I was very late that day. But yeah, so I think that was like my first time actually like putting on like a full face of makeup besides the mask part for the runway. Yeah, and it was awesome. Like, I don't know, like drag queens, drag kings, all that was awesome having them do your makeup. That was amazing. And I had to do 2 different makeup looks, so that was scary because I had to I was walking out towards the stage as they were like, all right, finish this, don't look like, nope, she's about to go on. Like, it was crazy, but it was awesome. I think like those little like flaws were probably like my favorite parts. Just, you know, the rush and like, oh, it's gonna be perfect, it's gonna be fine no matter what happens. So I think that was awesome. Yeah.
I recently got a thing where I got a present and I opened it and it was like an eyeliner stick and then like a weird stamp sort of thing, and I was like,
eyebrows?
What is this? And then I read it, and it's a thing where you stamp on the wig and then you take the liner and you connect it, and like I was just like, this is so useful. I don't have to take 2 hours doing my wings.
I could have used that this morning. I was late today too. So my dad in the car was like saying like, "Well, you're lucky we let you like go to like news interviews and everything after you're late to school for the 5th time this week." Like, I keep on doing this, but it looks nice.
It's an expression,
so
right? It's an expression of yourself. So I think that it's fantastic. So has anyone like changed their style since Slay the Runway? Do you feel like you've kind of come more into who you are fashion-wise?
Yeah. I mean, I'm wearing like a corset belt right now, which I would never like have worn before. Last night, I think I was just wearing like t-shirts and jeans while I was designing, and now I'm like, I don't know, it's all fancy, and I like it.
I think I've experienced a lot more, experimented a lot more with different like gendered clothing, and I know clothing doesn't have gender, but like exploring what it feels like to, I like cut my hair really short, it's kind of grown back, and how that can like feel, and I did that for a while and it wasn't feeling the way I wanted it to, and so I think I'm comfortable again with what I'm like with skirts and with dresses, and I think one of the things that made that really difficult is a lot of people in my life were not validating my gender, so I felt as though that everyone was going to perceive me as a female if I didn't put in more work to dress masculine, and obviously that's not true, but it's just what goes through your head as someone who is non-binary trying to figure out how you can be more non-binary for other people to make it easier for them. And so I think that's been a big thing in my life that I've kind of been working through since then. And I think that comes with a lot of like fashion changes and then trying old things and new things and mixing them. So that's kind of what I've been doing in terms of like my style since Slay the Runway. Yeah.
Awesome.
I can feel the same way. I've gotten like skirts and dresses and even like this jumper, which is kind of tying into my next outfit idea. It's just this whole thing that I got from like, it's just this cute little outfit, and I've always loved it. And even back from all the way from October from last year, I've wanted to do this outfit, though with 3 outfits I never really had the time.
Overachiever over there. Chris, did you want to chat a little bit about it?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
So, I mean, I've been at home a lot, so I've just been a little goblin, a little gremlin. I haven't had much time to really go out and, like, wear different clothes. But I like to think at, like, full, like, maximum 100% Luis power. I could, wear frilly, all this, like, frilly stuff, more, like, retro, like, aesthetics, incorporate that more into my everyday attire. And it's like I've got some clothes I could do that with. I just haven't ironed them yet. But but that's definitely something I want to do when I start going out more. Just dress up, be spiffy, and look the way I want to.
Awesome.
Y'all are inspirational in Colorado. We have a problem with here. Is it called Gorpcore? Is that what they call it?
What is it?
Gorecore.
My
Gorecore.
gore.
Like Gore-Tex?
Oh, Gorp? I was like...
Gorecore.
Elaborate?
Okay, so I have a student right now who's working on a research project, so
Okay.
I'm learning through them, which is the greatest part about being a professor is that you can just learn from all your students' research. And they're exploring a new fashion, which is, I would call it like athleisure, but apparently this is more of a lean into the outdoorsy part of athleisure, which is basically like very expensive outdoor wear, which is apparently what is Colorado's aesthetic.
Yeah,
is
definitely.
I
Gorecore.
remember this. Okay, so I was just checking that it was the same thing.
Yeah.
And my dad came home and he's like, so you know how you have all your like aesthetics and labels for what you wear? And he's like, this is what I want to be. And that was it.
That is awesome. I love it that, we're all coming up with labels. Mine is like grandma preschooler. So it's like
Oh, yeah.
rainbow, but like comfy grandma.
I can get that from your outfits, yeah.
Yeah, not today. Today
Well,
it's just
not today.
like, gold and black. And I was going for the.
I didn't even know we coordinated.
Yes,
with
we
our gold
totally
and black.
coordinate.
We
I
kinda
kind
got
of
it,
did too.
Yeah.
I have the
look.
gold on the corset and the gold bracelet. Okay.
Ribbon's doing silver. That's fine.
Yeah,
we got
silver.
it. It's
Silver
very
is
90s
better.
All
appropriate.
black.
It's
A
good.
lot there's a lot of like black
Where's your
outfits
shirt
here.
Yeah.
It's the What If We Rewrite the Stars Go to Showman shirt.
Oh, nice.
I love that movie.
Nice.
That's such a great movie.
I haven't seen it, but I love Zendaya. Zendaya is awesome.
Somehow 15 Greatest Showman shirts just appeared in my dresser. Just like out of nowhere.
15?
Yeah.
Wow. There's 15 different ones? Wow.
No, not 15 different ones. I believe I have 3 of this shirt all in different colors, but
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
they're mostly the same, but like, where did they come from?
Wow. That's so cool.
Clothing elf.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm pretty sure that's more shirts than I actually own. Like, I just go through a cycle. I don't know if I have 15 individual shirts.
No, Louise, you were like telling me back when you were like planning your outfit. I forgot what it's called. Like your like kind of style that you're going for with this outfit.
Okay,
What is it?
so I talked about it in my video, but it's called OG, and it's very much. If you're familiar with Lolita fashion, it's that like Victorian, like 18th and 19th centuries, like fashion, like I guess European fashion, mostly worn by the aristocracy, but make it more modern and cute. And so there's a more traditionally masculine equivalent to that called Oji, and I like it a lot. And like I feel like I get to be like a little aristocrat. And actually part of that, like during the runway, when we were like, crafting our walks, I wanted to present like, yes, like I'm an aristocrat, I'm stylish, I'm, looking down on the audience. And, that helped me get over my social anxiety of like, oh no, people are looking at me, they're judging me. Like I didn't have to worry about that anymore because I had like, the other side of my personality that is like, oh, like, I'm very talented. I got to tap into that more and like just look down at my loyal subjects. I'm so much better and richer than them. And like, just stuff like that. And it gave me so much confidence throughout the whole thing. And I felt like, oh, people can rely on me. I can do great. I can be confident. Like, I don't have to worry anymore. And it was very much like life-saving so that I wouldn't like have a panic attack on stage.
It was so good. You were so regal. on
You
stage. You
were.
were so good. Yeah. You totally embodied that. It was great. It was awesome.
But I think that you actually had a show about armor, about how clothing was your armor.
Yeah. Yeah. I was in a show with, it was curated, oh my gosh. It was curated by the curator of the Center for Visual Arts in Denver. And it was a bunch of different artists who think of clothing as, and different interpretations of armor. So there was the artist Erica Diamond who was part of it, and she's amazing. I get to work with her as a curator again this summer, and she makes Kevlar clothing for queer people. So it's like, one, Luis would love it. It's like a beautiful vest. It's like a gorgeous vest with like birds embroidered on it. It's super cute. And she makes it all, she weaves all the fabric from scratch, and it looks like expensive and gorgeous. Anyway, she made different outfits for everybody. One she made, which was the opposite, which was a sheer dress with eggshells on it, like sewn into it, like perfectly sewn eggshells into it. So good. I was working with the artist Frankie Tone. We collaborated on a bunch of projects. Frankie, which I'll plug for a little, I'll plug Frankie's project, who is the co-founder of Rainbow Dome. Everybody should be checking that out. It's a monthly queer all ages roller skating event. What? And it's March 18th is the next one. It's in Denver. It's on the outskirts of Denver, and it's every month is different horoscope themed based on that month's sign.
Field trip.
I know. So Friday, I don't know how to roller skates. You guys can all laugh at me.
You can have like the little
They
roller
do,
thingy.
they have the little roller things.
We'll do that.
Frankie and I made this project that was, we thought about how denim was used a lot in queer fashion to like, in the, in different decades and different forms, like denim has sort of taken on aesthetics that queer people have embraced, whether that's like the jacket with the patches or like the sort of, the mom jeans sort of actually came out of queer culture and all these ways.
You looked at me, Stephen.
I did. Did I look at you when I said mom jeans?
You said mom jeans.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
I'm just kidding.
I can never find a pair. I've been looking for a pair of mom jeans, and I just can't find a pair for my body. I'm going to have to make them from scratch. I just got a bunch of patterns. I was like, I'm making these from scratch. I'm having mom jeans. I need a pair. They're
awesome.
They're called boyfriend jeans now, though, which is so weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I thought
I
boyfriend
thought they were
jeans were like the
different.
straight hip.
I think they are different.
Are they different?
I think they
designs?
are.
Okay.
I mean, they look the same.
You can
They
teach.
look very similar.
You can teach us all to make mom jeans.
I will because I've never made a pair of jeans, but I'm going to make one from scratch before the workshop this summer, and then we can all make our own jeans. I have made a lot of jumpers, so we should talk. They're fun to make.
Jumpers are the best.
Oh yeah, totally.
But like pencil skirts, I don't like because I kind of want to do that for my next outfit.
Oh,
like,
pencil skirts are
outfit.
easy. Once you make one, you can just whip them right out. They're super fun. Yeah.
That's what I was telling Ember. Like rub off patterns. We can do more rub offs. Like bring something that you love already that fits you perfectly, and we'll do a rub off pattern of that, and then you can have like that of every color.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, so we are kind of getting towards the end of our time with you guys, and I just wanted to say it's been so fantastic having you in this program. I was so excited because we were going to have the Boulder one and the Longmont one, and we were kind of separated, and which was sad. But then when we came together, I just think that it was just so much fun to meet everyone, like in the Boulder group and the Longmont group. And thank you so much for like all your hard work and your time and being so nice to each other and kind to everyone, and just everything. It was just fantastic. Thank you so much for being our first year, and we're going. Maybe some of you will be back for the second year. And the ones that have aged out, you can be mentors.
Yes.
Wait,
You
can come back.
Is it 18?
18.
Okay, wait, who's aged out?
Me.
Oh,
I know. And then some other, like, who else
Max?
is 18?
Max and Eli.
Yeah. So I know, really sad, but
We'll
they can
have
come
them
back
back.
as
We'll have them back
mentors.
as
Okay.
mentors, yeah.
Okay, I
And
definitely
they
want to
can
come
like,
back then.
yeah, totally.
For
So we
Oh,
can't say goodbye to you guys.
We'll
We'll
just have
just.
to make an alumni network.
I know, I know, and then we'll go roller skating.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Totally go roller skating, and I can bring out my rainbow grandma outfits.
I might knock you off with a rainbow grandma look for that. It'd be really fun.
Well, cool. So we are going to head out with another video. It's actually Grace's video for her dress with the wings. And then we are going to welcome back a different panel from Speaking Out from Out Boulder. And they're going to come back after that. So hang tight, learn more about what Grace created for Slay the Runway, and we'll see you back for the next one. Thank you.
Okay, so hello, my name is Grace, and I designed the winged outfit. So these are the wings, as you can see. They are built mostly by 3D printed parts. There is a battery, 2 servo motors, and a controller. And so, and the screw, funny story, as I was backstage, I turned on my wings and the other screw came out. And we could not find a replacement screw. So I just got a random screw that was on the ground. And so this saved my outfit for the runway. That had never happened before, and it was really scary. Anyone who has had a costume break at the second they were going to go on stage will know how stressful that is. But basically how it works is this controller tells the wings to go up and then down. And this goes neatly into the pocket. You press down so the prongs stick up like that. You take this, you make sure the black is facing that way, and you plug it in. Oh, forgot to do the battery. But you plug in the battery. You know it's plugged in by the red light. You just stick it right in there. Whoop. Press down. You do that. Oh, something is wrong. Right. So you see that wing is working. For some reason that I haven't really looked into too much, this wing isn't doing well, which I can't figure out why. That time I didn't plug it in. But you see how it just doesn't go up quite as much? I'm working on that. I'm working on fixing it. And if you're an engineer and know why it's doing that, you're probably laughing at me. But, like, yeah. And then you place that over. You make sure to tuck in all the wires. Then you loop it back. And, oh, not quite back enough. And voila. And you put the straps on. And voila. That is the wing portion. This is the thing that I worked on the most. Mostly because it was a fun thing that I had never done before. And I just felt I needed to do something more because I had done a lot of sewing, but not quite enough engineering to fashion. And so, wings aside. And then here is the dress. So you just put it on, and a neat feature is this. So it started fraying, and I was like, oh no, uh-oh. But then I saw how it was fraying, and I loved it because it kind of added to that, like, worn down sort of look. And so I decided to fray it a little bit more before I hemmed it. And yeah, also zipper. If you know how hard zippers are to sew, then yeah. I had to redo this one side of the zipper 5 times. And yeah, so this was fun. And so it was supposed to be like a ground length dress, but I cut it off at the knees, right here, so that it would be a little bit more easy to walk in. And I made horns, but since the show, the horns have started to fall apart. And so I'm working on repairing those horns. But yeah. Thanks for watching.
And we're back. So we are here now with Out Boulder's Speaking Out program. I have Christine, Joel, and Garrison. And just to do a couple of introductions, because I know you guys were in the green room and you don't know us yet. But my name is Elaine Waterman, she, her pronouns. I am the executive director at the Firehouse, and I identify as Gray Ace, and that is pretty much me.
Awesome. Thank you, Elaine. I'm Stephen Frost. I'm one of the co-founders of Slay the Runway. I'm an assistant professor at CU Boulder and a community-based artist as well. I use they, them pronouns and identify as non-binary.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Well, hi. My name is Joel. My pronouns are he, him. I am the lead panelist for today. We are all volunteering from Out Boulder County. It's a local nonprofit advocacy and education nonprofit in Boulder that serves the greater Boulder County area and hopefully soon further. That is always the goal. Each of us are here to kind of talk a little bit about our journeys in the LGBTQ community and to kind of express what that means to us, especially talking about things like microaggressions and kind of what our own journeys are in coming out. I really want to thank everyone for giving us the space to be able to talk. It's such an honor to be here. It's so exciting. Yeah, like I said, my name is Joel. Pronouns he, him. I identify as queer. And these are our panelists. This is my friend Garrison Bennett. And this is my friend Christine. Hello. And then I think we're going to start with Garrison.
Yes. And before I begin, is there like a time limit or anything on, or are we just sharing our story?
Yeah, just 5 to 7 minutes, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, yes, like it was said, my name is Garrison, he, him pronouns, and I'm a gay male. I remember early on in my childhood that I was at a park one time, and like a bunch of, I was with my school friends, and I was called gay, as like the banter often was, and I went to my mom and asked what that was, and then she explained it's when a man loves another man, and I confidently was like, well, that's me, and she immediately was taken back and was like, no, like that's silly. And a decade later, plot twist, still gay.
It wasn't that much of a plot twist, I promise you.
It still shocked my mom, and that was the thing. And I think that, and it was an interesting journey of both internalized homophobia, of me telling myself it was just a phase, and then me actually still having to reaffirm and come out and be confident in saying that I'm gay, and like, you know, that's who I am. And my mom, when I told her, she was immediately taken back. Like tears started coming down her face, and she was saying how like she was worried that I'd be a victim of a hate crime, and that like that she didn't want me to be the next Matthew Shepard. And it was a lot of emotion to take in, but I think that in that moment, it was important to have, like, I saw the well-intended message that she just wanted me to be safe. And so I let her have that space. And one of the best pieces of advice that someone gave to me was from a relational advice columnist, Dan Savage. And he said that when you're coming out to someone, it's important to have a little patience, because coming out to yourself, you didn't automatically welcome yourself. And that was very true with my narrative. I definitely had my own journey of internalized homophobia and acceptance before I came to finding who I was and recognizing that I love myself for who I am. And so when I, throughout my life, I've come across times where people have said things to me that they did not necessarily mean it to be a difficult, or I don't think they really thought what they were saying came across any certain way, where, like, I've had my dad say, I think that, like, it's, oh, well, I'm glad that you're not doing drag, or, like, I'm glad that you're more masculine. And I'm like, well, like, and in that case, like, I had to, like, I gave it patience, I gave it time, and, like, I even tried to challenge that, where, like, I would wear more feminine things and be like, you know, like, what difference does it make in the, like, if I did, like, and to just try to challenge that notion. And I think that the biggest thing for me was to understand that at the end of the day, like, I still love myself, and, like, validation first starts from within, and that has allowed me to be in a space where I can educate people when they end up saying quips that aren't even intended to be offensive, but may come across a little thoughtless in some ways. So yeah, and so throughout through my life, I continued being single and going through that process. I ended up recently, I've been in a relationship, and it's been a unique process of being more visibly out. And I think that's another thing that's been an interesting process in my life, is how coming out is a continual process that's never really fully finished. And I'm currently a rideshare driver, and during Pride Month, I had a rainbow flag on my face. And so I think that in coming out, it's been a great opportunity for me to be able to show more visibility in my community, and as well as being able to be open to the fact that people may say something that may need that education, like where someone has asked me, like, what does LGBTQIA even really mean? And like, I have to say, like, remind myself that not everyone knows, and to be that beacon of education sometimes. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Garrison. I really appreciate that.
Of course.
Christine, if you want to go ahead and continue.
Okay. Hi, my name's Christine. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am actually an ally. I'm cisgender, heterosexual. I've been married for over 30 years. I have 3 daughters. It didn't start out that way. The doctors misgendered 2 of my children. I have been an active volunteer with Boulder since 2016, and I am also on the board of directors for PFLAG Boulder County. This also happens to be my very first speaking out panel. So I'm a little nervous, and I have notes. Growing up, I had minimal exposure to the LGBTQ community. I grew up in a Catholic, white city, family, neighborhood, everything. And I knew nothing about transgender human beings. When I was in college, I loved to go out to the gay bars with a friend of mine. He was gay, and we would just dance all night long. And I never felt threatened. I never felt like my safety was an issue, because the guys there weren't interested in me. And plus, the music just rocked. It was great.
It's better.
It's the best music ever in those bars. So like I said, I am a mother of 3 girls. So my middle child and my youngest child are my transgender daughters. And in 2012, my middle child came out to us trans, and she was in the middle of her junior year of high school. The way she told us, for us, worked out really well. She was actually in Denver, I think, at some sort of pride event. And she sent me a text saying, I have a letter for you and Dad in my room. So I went and got the letter, and it was 3 pages long, and explaining that she was trans, what she wanted us to call her, and other details about, and then things about things that haven't changed, like she still loved key lime pie, and she was still her, just different. I mean, anyway, it was very shocking to both my husband and I because we had no clue. She hid it very, very well from us. However, by her writing us that letter, it gave us time to process our first initial emotions, and she didn't have to see the shock and the confusion and the, oh my God, what the heck is going on here? It gave us time to digest it, and when she came home, we were able to sit down and have a lovely conversation. So for us, it was a really great way for her to come out to us because she didn't have to see that initial shock and fear and whatnot. In the beginning, it really wasn't easy. We would forget to use the correct pronouns because she decided she wasn't going to come out publicly until after she graduated from high school to save herself from bullies in high school. So at home, we had to call her by her name and use her pronouns. But out in public, we had to use her dead name and the incorrect pronouns. And it got confusing. And there were times at home that we would mess up. And she wasn't very forgiving at the time. So there was a lot of tension. So we had to do some counseling. But slowly, over time, we all fell into a rhythm, and it got a lot better. And then once she came out publicly, the day after she graduated, she announced it to everybody on social media. It was amazing. It made life a lot easier. And then the other thing is that what really helped her father and I accept her being transgender, was the change in her personality. Prior to her coming out to us, she was a very sullen, angry person, and we loved her as our child, but we really didn't like being around her very much because she was unpleasant to be with. After she came out and saw that we were going to accept her and, that was it, her personality took a change, and she's probably, out of my 3 girls now, my most loving and sweetest. Sends me the most beautiful Mother's Day card. It always makes me cry.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it's just so seeing that personality change really, told her dad and I that this was the right path, and this is who she is, and we're going to accept her. And then in 2017, our youngest came out as transgender right after she graduated from high school. And she'd been in communication with her sister, and she also wrote us a letter. And once again, I was very grateful because my reaction the second time was a little different from my reaction the first time. I actually got very angry, not at my child, but at the universe for putting 2 of my children down this very difficult, frightening path as a parent to see their children possibly being victims of hate crimes or being discriminated against because of who they were. And I was just so mad. So I was really glad that she didn't have to see that, because she might have misinterpreted my anger and thought it was directed at her. And it really wasn't. It was just the universe. It was like, oh, I was angry. And I also thought, well, I've been down this road before. It's going to be easy. Oh, the second time it was actually a lot harder. My youngest suffered a lot from depression. There was a time when we thought she was going to commit suicide, so there was a lot of counseling. Now her meds and her counseling, everything is really well. She's doing so well. She's in school. She was on the president's list for a 4.0 grade average. She's looking at going to England to finish her schooling, which is something she wouldn't have done 2 years ago. So I'm very proud of the progress that she's made. But thinking that the two journeys would be the same was really silly of me. But for some reason I thought it would be the same, but it wasn't. Let's see. I was also very worried about telling my family about my girls. They're Catholic, but my mom and dad and my sister and my oldest daughter, they're just very accepting. Never been, and Dad had some questions, but he uses the right names, he uses the pronouns, everything's great. My brother, on the other hand, is not as so accepting. In fact, in December, we were all together for my dad's birthday, and he said something very insulting. And when I called him on it later in private, he just kind of shrugged it off. So my relationship with my brother is pretty much on the shelf, because my kids are more important than my brother, and they come first. I'm here because I'm a mama bear. I'll do anything to protect my kids and anyone else sexually in the LGBTQ community. I do a lot of work with the youth camp that Out Boulder has, and they call me Mama Queer. That's my nickname. I love working with the kids and being there for them if they need me. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christine. Your work is absolutely amazing, and we're also very grateful to have you in the community.
Oh, thank you.
I'll go ahead and wrap it up with a bit of my story. Like I said, my name is Joel. I am a queer man. I'm very outwardly queer. A little bit about my backstory. I'm also of indigenous descent. My family is from Mexico, and we've kind of migrated a little bit north over time. I've always liked to joke that over time we're going to end up in Canada, just because slowly it's happening more and more north. Growing up, actually, my story was very, very, I don't want to say unique, but it was kind of different than what I saw other people in my life going through. I didn't come into my sexuality until much later in my life. Growing up, sadly, my mother dealt with an autoimmune disease, and she was a single mother, so it was just me and her because I was also the only son. So I always told myself, I just don't have time to think about this. Whenever I'd have family members ask me, like, hey, you got a girlfriend yet? When I was like 12 and barely knew how to play with Play-Doh, I would tell them, no, I'm too busy, helping my mother out. And a lot of my day-to-day life was honestly just, cooking and cleaning and helping my mom and figuring out doctor's appointments and learning how to advocate for herself. That's where a lot of my attention went to. And things got a little bit more complicated early in high school because I started showing some of the same symptoms that she did. Surprise, it's hereditary. So I always told myself I don't have time to think about my identity on the LGBT spectrum right now. I'll worry about that next week, and I'll worry about it next month. And the most incredible, frustrating thing is that your individuality, your identity, no matter how much you try to ignore it, it's going to demand to be heard at some point. It will scream at you to be heard. And boy, did it scream at me my last year in high school. I really thought I'd get away without having to deal with it in high school. Alas, I fell in love with a classmate. He was this dorky, lovable guy, and I just found myself falling so hard for him. He was in one of my chemistry classes. Needless to say, I almost failed that chemistry class, but to each their own. Fast forward a little while, I discovered at that point that okay, I'm queer, I'm gay, I'm on that spectrum. Awesome. No one else needs to know about this. I kind of have to just figure it out by myself and kind of worry about other things. Being the only child to a single mother who's dealing with an autoimmune disease, it was a lot of pressure. Go to college, be as successful as you can, focus on your studies, and that's what I really tried to do as hard as I could. So I went to college, and over time, I just couldn't help it. I found myself getting really mad around my family when they would make sly remarks about the queer people in my family. Oftentimes it felt like the bad things that happened to them happened because they were queer, and not just because bad things happened to people randomly, you know. X person would get fired from their job, and it was because they were queer that they got fired, not just because, you know, the business went out of company or business, right? It was always linked to the fact that, you know, my aunt is a lesbian or my uncle's gay, you know, and that always felt really, really bad for me, especially because my family was so involved in local Christian churches, and it felt like, you know, a place that was meant to be a community for me kind of started feeling like, well, are the bad things that are happening to me because I'm gay? Like, do I have this autoimmune disease because I'm gay? And God, that was so awful to think about and consider. In like my sophomore year of college, I have a trip planned to Seattle. You know, it was my first trip out of the state by myself. I was so excited. It was going to be for like a week. And I thought to myself, I can't hold this back anymore. So I told my mom. It was a 3.5-hour conversation. It lasted until 4 a.m, and then I went to Seattle the next day. I was like, thanks, Mom, see you in a week. You know, I felt a little bit petty doing it, but it just made sense to me because I knew that this was going to hit her hard, and it did. It did very much hit her hard. And I came back and I kind of stayed away from the house for a little bit. You know, not necessarily because she asked me to or because our relationships was destroyed, but because I just felt like it was necessary. And I stayed away from the house. I had fantastic friends. Chosen family will get you through everything. And then over time, our relationship kind of started getting rebuilt. You know, I go to my junior year of college, fall in love with another man, and sadly, he ends up breaking my heart. You know, it happens to a lot of people, obviously. We wouldn't have a genre film about it. I go to my mom, and, you know, she didn't even know that I was dating anyone at that point. You know, it was one of those things that we just didn't talk about. And I just came in, and she looked me in the eyes and said, "Mijo, are you okay?" And I just broke down crying and wailing. And it's like clockwork. She knew exactly what had happened. She knew exactly what happened. And she just hugged me and told me that I love you, it's okay. And it was the first time ever that we actually talked about me being queer and her being the most loving, supportive person that she could be at that moment. I was so happily surprised. At least that ex did something good for me. And then I graduate CU Boulder with a degree in philosophy and mathematics. I now work at an immigration law firm and kind of am able to work with not just queer individuals, but also immigrants and POCs, and I'm able to kind of give back to my community in that way. And it's such a blessing, but it has been definitely a difficult journey being that person who's constantly out and wants to come out. Like Garrison said, it can be kind of exhausting feeling like you always have to come out. But it's something that I'm also proud of, because there are people who are much younger than me who I would be so grateful for if they had someone like me. Makes me sound super egotistical. but yeah, just having someone to tell them, hey, like, it's going to be okay at some point. You know, just kind of get through it, and one day you'll find that pride. So, yeah, that's kind of my story. Thank you guys so much for letting us talk. Happy to talk about any specific questions or conversations as well.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming, all of you. I think that, you know, just the diversity of stories and you coming in as an ally and sharing that, you know, the other side of it is just really important. And, you know, going back and sharing your time and energy and passion with the work that you do to create that kind of safe and accepting space for the youth that come through the Out Boulder programs. I just wanted to talk about, so like, Speaking Out does go to like high schools and middle schools, mm-hmm. and a lot of the kids that are in our program are in middle school right now and kind of going into high school, and like in the work that you do, it's just such an interesting kind of dilemma. Like, when do you come out? Like, is it? Because I just feel like middle school and high school are just torturous anyway. You know,
so toxic.
Yes, and then like the work that you do with these middle schoolers and high schoolers, you know, if a child is how do they control their representation, and how do you talk to them about coming out and owning your gender affirmation or anything like that? Like, what kind of conversations do you have around that?
For me, I think the first thing that I always like to emphasize to the community is the importance of safety. The Boulder bubble is very much a real thing. There are a lot of communities that, and it's an amazing thing, something that we should, in a lot of ways, be grateful for, that, like, they can grow up and identify with who they are and their sexuality and their gender identity and be accepted, for the most part, in their, like, chosen family and in their community. But I always emphasize to others, homophobia hasn't gone away, transphobia has not disappeared, bigotry is still very much part of this world, sadly, and we're all fighting to tear that down, to make sure that those that want to identify as who they are and need to can do so safely. But there are situations where one has to be cautious. It's always important to remember, don't force someone out of the closet just because you think that they're safe, because you don't know that. You never know that. It's always important to ask questions. If you're an ally, like, verify with that person that they're in an okay position, and recognize that just because you've had kind of a safe or okay time coming out, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same for other people, and be there for, like, as a shoulder for them if they need it.
Yeah, and I think that there is that natural time where one comes to their own terms, and for me, actually, like, the coming out to myself journey happened when I was dating a girl in my high school, and I found myself like wanting to kiss another boy, and I'm like, and he wanted to kiss me, and I said, like, I can't, I'm in a relationship. And then I realized, like, wait a minute, like, why were butterflies happening in my stomach in this situation, but then like in my relationship I never felt that. And so there's this natural progression that happens in each person's journey, and I think it's happening younger with our generation and the younger generations because the language is there. Like, our rainbow elders have not, like, many didn't get to know that gay was even a term until a high school, like a college or beyond. And so I think that having this language and having these conversations is the first way to get that conversation going. And each person's journey is different. And I think on the other side of the coin, the coming out process is difficult in the sense that the fear of what might happen can eat away at someone, and actually can be its own damaging property, and not being able to be open and honest and out. So there's dangers on both sides of it. When someone holds something in for too long, it also has its own implications, and so that's for the individual to wrestle with, and that's what makes the coming out process something that is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something, like, I want to touch base on something that you said in your story, Christine. It's definitely something that's so worth it. Similar to your daughters, how you kind of mentioned at some point, this complete transformation of their expression and their personality and the way that they get along. I noticed that with myself. I thought I was this introverted, shy, mean, rude person, and then I realized, like, no, I was just in the closet, and that actually took a toll on my well-being. Yes. And when I finally came out, similarly, like, I was like, I realized that I'm actually really talkative and sometimes won't shut up. So I really related to that part of your story, because it's something that I very much feel, and I feel like a lot of people in our community feel that transformation.
Truly.
Yeah, definitely. And then I wanted to talk, Garrison, you mentioned, because this is the Caregivers Conference, it's really about, sharing information with caregivers of how to create that safe space at home. When your, I think it was your mother, reacted with fear, but it came from a place of love. And I think that as a parent of a non-binary child myself, that was definitely something that I felt like, oh, well, what if, the world doesn't treat them the way that, what if they're mean, or what if they become a victim of a hate crime or anything like that? Like, but it was kind of stopping me from just being like, find the people that love and celebrate you. And really, that's all everyone is trying to do, right? So I think that is definitely something that, as caregivers, that's the first reaction. You want to protect your child. You want to mama bear them. But then it's like, you be you and let the world see how wonderful you are. And it really is. Like, if they're not ready for you, then that's on them.
I agree. Like, for me, my mother became my rock after I kind of came out and had that whole experience. If I ever felt unsafe or insecure, I would call her. I'd just be like, hey, can we just talk? And I feel like caregivers are going to feel that anxiety and are going to know it. And frankly, as members of the LGBT community and being queer, yeah, we can't sit here and pretend that like these statistics don't exist. That the trouble, the bullying, the aggression doesn't exist. But having someone in your life that worries for you, but isn't going to stop you from being who you are, is such an amazing thing. It really is just magic. I'm not sure if either of you want to talk about what that kind of feeling, especially you, Christine, from that.
Yeah,
parental.
as my youngest, she's not very outgoing. She's quite the introvert, but she now and then does go out on dates, and they're always someone that she's met online. And, online dates can be nerve-wracking but I just have to trust her that she's done enough vetting of this person that she's meeting and that they're meeting in a public place, because she is turning 23. Oh gosh, in 2 weeks. Yeah. So
Happy early birthday to your daughter.
I have another one that's turning 28 on Thursday.
Time to buy those presents.
Yeah. But I do worry if she's going out, but I just have to hope and trust that she's vetted this person and that she'll be safe. And I would worry about all three of my girls, but there is an added layer of being trans that they could be being pulled into an unsafe situation, somebody who's tricked them to hurt them because of who they are, instead of just being a girl.
Yeah.
But being a trans girl. There's an added layer of worry.
Right, and I can imagine that can always be a little bit, like that's always on the back of your mind, I imagine.
It is,
yeah.
It is. But like I said, I just have to trust that she's done her diligence and keep my fingers crossed that she comes home safe. And so far she has.
Yay!
So, yeah.
And Garrison mentioned something about like our rainbow elders, the people who came before us, who like paved this road of developing this language, developing letting our voices be heard before us. And we do live in a blessed time that this kind of exists, and we, it always existed, but now people see it more and have the vocab for it. So hoping for a future where that anxiety isn't there,
That would be
but
nice, yeah.
Work needs to be done.
Yeah, there definitely is always work. Work needs to be done. And the topic of what we wanted to talk about was that those microaggressions, and that definitely is kind of one of the things that we wanted to address. As caregivers and parents, you want to say the right thing. You want to say the most supportive thing, the thing that's going to make your child feel the most seen. But if you're not up on the language, or if you don't do the research, or if you don't look online, what's the most PC way to say this, you could be kind of falling into those microaggressions that you don't even really mean to say. So is there any way, I know you talked about getting pronouns wrong, and that's definitely, it is kind of like a journey and difficult. But as far as getting pronouns correct, is there any kind of direction that you can give on if you make a mistake, what should you do, or kind of having that kind of experience?
Well, what they always say is if you get the pronouns wrong, and you realize it, you say, oh, and you say sorry, and you correct it, and you move on. You don't continue to apologize. You don't continue to, oh, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to do that. I'm just, oh my gosh. Because then that puts the burden on the person that you've just mispronounced, and that's not where it needs to be.
Right.
You know, so you correct yourself and you move on. My husband has he has a hard time with they, them pronouns, and he's always using the binary, she or him, when it's supposed to be they, and I'm constantly just going, they, they. And he'll just change it and go on, but he's very bad about remembering. And so far, everybody's just been, okay, whatever. That's just my husband, and he's just an airhead sometimes.
Yeah.
I think, for me, something that's helped a lot in my work is I will always start by introducing myself and then my pronouns right after that. Just in general, I feel like that creates an environment where people are free to share, and and it also, if you ask someone directly, what their pronouns are, it kind of puts, again, the burden on them when they're just kind of trying to exist and be in a conversation. So for me, I found that introducing myself and then starting with the pronouns always works fantastic. And also kind of hold not just yourself accountable, but other people, even when there's not a single queer person in the room. It will help so much if you just hold other people accountable, even if there's no other queer individual around. Just because, respecting someone means respecting them even when they're not there. And I think, it puts more pressure on the community, not like allies and the greater community as a whole. Like, hey, this is what being an ally means. And, like you said with your husband, it's just a matter of he or they or she just quickly intervening and hold people accountable.
Definitely. Yeah, and I love how, I think that both of you have touched on exactly what I was thinking is, just making that subtle, quick correction, moving on, and also respecting the individual space even when they're not there, and again when other people are saying it too. It's up to all of us to just quickly be like they, just it doesn't have to be a big deal about it. And so because humans tend to be well-intentioned and we want to do the right thing, and so if we just give them that grace and have that moment, it makes a big difference.
Something I tell a lot of people in these speaking out panels when I'm in person at the schools is, I know it can be kind of hard or different for you, but if you can sit and learn algebra, if you can learn calculus, these other complicated things, learning human relationships and interpersonal connections, definitely going to be used every day. Definitely going to be used every day, and it's worth your attention. Not to say that calculus isn't important, but come on. It's definitely worth paying attention to and teaching yourself from an early age to be respectful of other people and what that means in its entirety.
So I guess, Christine, I kind of wanted to ask you, because I know that, the people that are watching, there might be a lot of allies that want to get more involved, but don't know how, or might feel like they don't really understand enough to get involved. Do you have any kind of advice or, maybe share your journey of how you got more involved?
Well, I got involved with Boulder back in 2016 when they opened up their Longmont office. My middle daughter was attending their gender identity support group. And when I heard about the office opening up, I asked her if I could come to the event, because I really didn't want to step on her toes, and I didn't want to be a helicopter mom. So I asked her permission, and she said I could go to the event. And then when I was there, they were looking for volunteers. So then I asked her if I could sign up as a volunteer. I said, and I'll just stay in Longmont because she was in Boulder. And she's like, sure. So I started out as just a front desk volunteer, 3 hours a week, answering the phone, greeting people who came in. That's a great way to get started. But within 6 months, I became the volunteer coordinator. Yeah. So for three and a half years, I was the volunteer coordinator for Out Boulder. And that was a lot. I mean, I was putting in over 600 hours a year volunteering. Wow. And so I'm a big proponent of just coming in and volunteering. There's so many different things. COVID obviously put a screeching halt to a lot of volunteerism, but it's starting to build back up again. So if you have questions and you want to know more, just volunteer. Mm-hmm. That's a great way, because I learned so much as a volunteer. I learned about all these different pronouns that they're out there. I've learned what words not to use.
And I think I want to talk more about that,
okay.
too.
And how things have also progressed. Mm-hmm. What used to be okay, we don't really say anymore. Mm-hmm. And so it's been a wonderful learning experience as an ally of what words to use and how to use them and what words not to use.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you don't have to volunteer without Boulder. There's so many other organizations around, LGBTQ organizations, but
Google is your ally.
Yeah.
Google is your ally.
Like I said, I'm also on the board of directors now for PFLAG, which is a great organization. And if you're not familiar with that, that's an organization that gives support for parents and friends and family. Mm-hmm, so that's a great place if you're an ally and you have a lot of questions. PFLAG is a great place to go to. They even have support groups for the allies with questions.
Awesome. Yeah, and we definitely want to share these resources. So I think that, after the event, we'll put them into the YouTube and the Facebook comments and the discussion so that if there's anyone that wants to, reach out to Speaking Out or find out more about PFLAG or the new youth room and the offerings at Out Boulder, definitely, we want to be able to make that as accessible as possible. So we will share that information as well. I think one of the larger things that putting together this Caregivers Conference was something about what you had just said, and what I said, we'll come back to that, about using the wrong language, is that, caregivers want to use the right language, but, as far as I've heard other coming out stories, and it's like, oh, don't worry, we love you no matter what, or and then those, it seems like a great thing to say, we love you no matter what happens, but it kind of makes it sound like
we love you despite this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Which I think is you're coming from a place of love, but then it ends up being really terrible language to use. So as far as a alternative, do you have an alternative for somebody that's like, oh, maybe you would need this language sometime soon?
One of the things that my friends said to me when I was coming out is they looked at me and they said, what do you need right now? And at that moment, I had come out to a few people and they, took it very seriously, and I appreciated that in complete regard. But with this friend, I was very much like, I just wanted to laugh. I just wanted to giggle and laugh, and then it turned into a cry. But they just started off by asking, what do you need right now to feel loved? And I just said, I just want to laugh, and I ended up crying, and it was a beautiful experience. And I think as caregivers, sometimes we are so, we want to be so helpful and protective and helpful, and sometimes it's nice to just kind of take a step back and ask the person, what do you need right now from me? And it'll do wonders. At least from my perspective, I've seen that. Garrison?
Yeah, I also think when in doubt, having this attitude of gratitude, just being thankful that someone was willing to open up to you and share this very, what may be a very personal thing for them. And maybe they're free, they're comfortable with coming out in the process, or maybe this is you're the first person that they're telling. And so I think yeah, the intention can always be well received when there's a moment of thanks for sharing the information.
I'd also just like to say, I would not recommend acting like you're walking on eggshells in general. I remember I in my journey, I've also told a couple older, like some professors and some teachers, and it very much felt like, oh, I don't want to say the wrong thing and kind of stumbling on every word and super, because it makes me feel like I'm very, like, oh, they're gonna hurt me, or I feel very like sensitive or delicate. I don't, sometimes that can be a little bit like, oh, I'm like, am I putting a kind of like a burden on you in some way? And it's hard because sometimes you may have genuinely no idea what to say, and that's okay. For me, that's why I always say, it comes from a place of gratitude and a place of just asking, and then kind of taking a bit of a step back, and also recognizing that, open your worldview a little bit. Recognize, if you're going to be a parent, maybe your child is going to come out a little bit differently than you think they're going to. And that's okay. And that can be hard. But it's definitely a process.
I think these are all really good things for communication, just in general, like asking what somebody might need from you. And, it doesn't have to be this rocket science, but that gratitude and then asking, I think that's fantastic.
And I don't know, the thing is, oftentimes, I feel like people will say the wrong thing sometimes, or people will say something that like kind of hurts or stings or lingers with you. Don't put yourself on a pedestal of thinking you have to say the right thing all the time, always as well.
That's okay too. Yeah, we're faulty.
Yeah, we're faulty. As a queer man, I also sometimes just because I'm queer doesn't mean that I'm not like free of guilt of sometimes saying the wrong thing. I represent a thin sliver of the LGBT community, and we in the community must also learn how to respect the others in our community. There's this idea, this cognition that like, because you're gay, you can't say anything wrong or do anything wrong, and that is so not correct. Don't hold yourself to a standard of everything you say has to be perfect, and also recognize that you can also be faulty, and that's okay, and recognize that with your community, and we're all fallible, but having the attitude of wanting to be better, wanting to communicate and learn is always kind of where we want to be, I would say.
Did you have anything that you wanted to share, Steve?
Gosh, I wanted to share. No, thank you all so much for being here. I mean, I think that, of course, everybody's coming out story, everybody's story of like communicating these kind of hard issues is really serious. And I think that last point that you make, that, people in the LGBTQ community also need to be open-minded, right? Yeah. I've recently had a colleague from another university speak to me about a colleague that they had who was dead naming a student, and that colleague was LGBTQ. That was a queer person was dead naming another person in this environment, and they were like, "What do I do?" And I was like, "You can just say it." And this person is cis and straight, and they were like, "What can I say? I can't say anything to this person. They're queer." They're like, "How could I say anything?" And I was like, "No, you can say something." And then she did, and I was like, "Yeah, just say that's not their name. That's not their preferred pronouns," and move on, right? And just correct it right there in the meeting. And I think that and then she was like, "Oh, I can do that." And I was like, "Yeah, you ally, you can do it." Like it's
you can be an ally.
Yeah, you can pull that card and say, "Hey, that's not exactly how she likes to be called." And I think that that's important for us to realize that everybody in the queer community needs to change and grow and learn from each other and listen, right? And when somebody says something that's that hurts me, and just because it doesn't hurt you doesn't mean it doesn't hurt somebody else. And I think that sometimes we elder queers. I am a senior millennial. I stole that from Ruby, who was here before.
That is such a great phrase.
I know. It's better than elder. No, what are they calling Geriatric millennials.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Feels like a hate crime.
Oh, I know. That's not
Sounds
okay.
like a good word.
I'm like senior millennial. I prefer. Or Oregon Trail generation is fine. I'm totally okay with that. But I think that sometimes, as generations move forward, there's always there could be misunderstandings, and I would hate to be that older queer person who doesn't like grow, you know, and I think that it's important for us to grow together and speak to each other and have those conversations even in our queer cohorts. 'Cause
Yes.
it can be, you know, it can be really hard to just see that change, especially when getting your own slice of that pie, your own thin slice, is such a struggle sometimes, you know? And then once you have that slice, people can sometimes feel threatened that somebody else wants some of the pie, but there's plenty of pie.
Plenty.
Oh my
Take
God.
space and give space.
Take space and give space. Exactly. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you, Elaine.
Sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's totally fine.
No, that was fantastic.
No, I can do this all day. We'll just keep going.
So we still have a little time, and I kind of wanted to talk about, you know, these younger kids. There is a lot more representation in the media, and I kind of wanted to get your take on that. Like, is that, yes, you know, obviously there'll be good representation, and then there will be not so great representation, and you kind of just have to pull some things from each of them. Is there anything like, as you know, kind of tips to caregivers, like what would you say you should watch, don't watch? This is not a great representation.
Well, one of my favorite shows right now is Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, I've heard that's
And
good. This
there
season's great.
is a transgender and a non-binary two characters on the show, and they address pronouns. Somebody uses the wrong pronouns, and they addressed how to do that.
Oh, I love it.
It's and the characters are played by transgender and
Yes.
non-binary actors.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
And I just love it. I love the way that they're. Oh, and there's also a gay couple on the show who've kind of taken, and they're older, and they've taken the younger, because the younger are also a couple, and they've taken them under their wings and protect them and guide them, and it's just amazing to watch. So I'm a big Trekkie fan. I have been since the original series. So yay.
Okay. So that's a good one.
Yes.
Is that on Paramount Plus?
I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just plugging. Give some
Yeah.
money. Paramount, send us a check.
Yeah.
Paramount Plus.
Spawns, not spawns, spawn.
It's really cool.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. So when I came out, I was definitely in that age when, you know, producers and directors were kind of starting to tackle cartoons or animated side. And for me, like it sounds ridiculous for a 25-year-old queer man to say, but Steven Universe made me cry. Cry, like literally bawling in the middle of the night, because, you know, it's the first cartoon meant for kids to have a same-sex couple get married. And it's ridiculous that it took so long to get to that point, but like, my God, was it beautiful. And just like representing, you know, non-binary people, representing same-sex relationships, and it's fantastic because it also does a great job. You know, oftentimes people can think that, like, oh, if you're representing LGBT people, there can be, you know, if you express something bad about them, it's wrong. But LGBT people are just people, you know. They have their flaws, they have their character arcs, they have their villain arc, their redemption arc. And shows that can incorporate like how dynamic the LGBTQ community can be is fantastic by me. So I oftentimes like to say, you know, there's been a lot of growth and happening in TV meant for the younger generation that some older queers are like loving and super happy and proud to say that that's finally happening.
I
thought you were going to say Adventure Time.
That too.
Well, Rebecca Sugar worked on Adventure Time, and
Yes.
she left kind of because it was Broville.
Yeah.
And she started making Adventure Time, and then through the process of fans writing her, she realized she was queer after she started making Steven Universe, which is
Beautiful.
this whole other level
Right.
that her art was like, oh, actually, this is inside of me. It's like, I love that show too.
It makes me so happy.
I've watched it so many times.
Too many, honestly. I for Valentine's Day, I got my partner some like portraits of Steven Universe. I just think, you know, it gives me like a sense of nostalgia. Like I wish I had that when I was younger, just because it's so lovely to see on TV and on the screen. But yeah, for me, I definitely would recommend going from there, because sometimes they play with ideas that we didn't get to see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great.
There's
I don't have a single recommendation, just because there's so much out there, and I love that. Like, we've come a long way from Will and Grace, and I think it's just putting yourself out. Like, by now I think that we're at a point where it would be hard to find someone who said, I've never seen any media representation of a queer person, and I think that's great, because I think it helps break the stereotypes that were so often portrayed in TV and media earlier. And I'd still also challenge to that of, these are representations, and they're not necessarily like the actuality of someone's experience. And for me, some of my coming out process was having the difficulty of that. Like, I remember Lady Gaga came out with Art Pop, and I didn't like it. And I'm like, does that make me a bad gay?
Oh, no. That's just normal.
Yes.
And it's just so silly, but it was actually a thought that I had. So I think, in being yourself, I think that it's great that there's more TV now than ever for people to actually see themselves in cinema and see themselves in music. And so, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah. And I think things like, so the cutie BIPOC community is being represented a little bit more, so queer and trans people of color. It's hard to talk about representation in media without talking about Pose, because my goodness, was it just absolutely groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely groundbreaking, and it's that intersectionality that's super important to also look for in your media and look for in your community. I'm not just a queer man, I'm also brown. I'm also an indigenous person, and Pose did such a fantastic job of not just showing that representation, but teaching history. For our younger audience out there, maybe don't watch Pose until you're a little older, but
or Generation. Have you guys seen that? Generation?
No.
It's on HBO, and I kind of, we don't have time to talk about it, but I don't know whether that is a positive representation or maybe not the best representation, but there's, when we deal with these teens and these middle schoolers and high schoolers, there's so much community and family building and your chosen family in these shows, but then it's kind of gets into the racy stuff too. So I'm like, okay, you're 13. We'll watch it maybe
They
later.
have the internet. I think that
that's true.
I'm actually working on a syllabus for a queer media class right now for next spring. So enroll, see you Boulder. And so I'm really excited. I'm really excited. It's the first queer themed class I'm going to teach as a professor. I'm super excited, and there's so much content, right? And there's so many ways that queer people used to only be seen on Geraldo, right? Especially trans people would always be on Oprah as the tragedy, right? And that's how people would be seen for so many years. And then now it's just this content explosion where there's, Euphoria, where I won't go into it, but it's controversial subject. But even something as wild as a redux of old media, like She-Ra. The contemporary version of She-Ra is so super queer. I think you guys have watched it.
Yes.
You like Steven Universe?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Much to my partners is I'm watching until 3 a.m.
I know, it's addictive. I definitely spent a spring break watching She-Ra. Yeah, that was for sure. What did you do spring break? Nothing. Definitely didn't just watch She-Ra for the whole break.
Your papers will be graded as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I love the question of media is so important. I think I grew up in a very rural town. There were 700 people, and we were close to a town with 1,400 people, and they had a video store. And so we'd go there, and you'd look for maybe this video has a queer trans person in it that you can see, or there was a store that had British imports, and they had Queer as Folk, the British version, and we would take it out and then watch it in your room, and then put the VHSs into the bed and return them very late. It was kind of, or even watching shows like Oz, which is not for teenagers, right? But there were queer characters in this prison drama, so I would watch it and I had no interest in this prison aspect of it, right? And then you're like, oh, okay, Christopher Maloney is queer in this show, I can handle it. But now there's just so many avenues and venues. And I'd also say that when people are young and trying to figure this out, I mean, TikTok is amazing as far as like just hearing stories of real people. We talk about representation going beyond the idea of it being produced, right? What if it's actually coming directly from queer voices, BIPOC voices, like in the space and living their lives? I mean, queer TikTok is healing. Sometimes terrible as well, like any other form of media.
Yes, yes.
But a lot of times it's just like glorious. And so I highly, and I'm sure parents don't want me to hear me say this, but I highly recommend TikTok. And all the teens are like, don't tell my parents about TikTok. You're ruining it as you speak.
Well, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your journeys and your stories and for kind of just talking to us about, everything today. So we are going to head out of here. Luis, who you met in the panel before, is going to talk about his outfit and share a little bit. What was the Lolita? Man, I can't remember what it was called.
We're going to see the video in a minute.
Wow, yeah. So Luis will tell you all about that, the Lolita version. And then we are going to head into a panel with OASOS, and we're going to talk about youth advocating for change and OASOS's program for youth leadership, as well as kind of just know your rights and just a discussion of what it's like to advocate for LGBTQIA youth in schools. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll
pleasure.
see you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Luis, he, him, and this is my Slay the Runway outfit.
The aesthetic I took inspiration from is the lesser-known, traditionally masculine counterpart to Lolita fashion, called oji. Oji means prince in Japanese, and both it and Lolita take the popular styles of Western Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries and make them a little more modern and a little bit more cutesy. The parts of the outfit I made myself include this vest and these breeches, which I am very obviously having fun showing off. Here is the full vest. I found these gray and gold fabrics at the ARC thrift store, and my thought was corporate rococo. I then wanted to have this gold fabric peeking out underneath, and I thought the two diamond patterns and the hints of gold on the gray fabric would work really well together. Here's the vest from the back. I actually had to use this black fabric because I ran out of gray fabric, but I think it made the vest look really sharp. I then added this little button thing to make the back look less plain from behind. On that point, when I first tried on my vest in the mirror, my mom said that from the back it reminded her of Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh!, which I took as a huge compliment. These are the breeches. I actually took a pair of black pants and simply shortened and hemmed them. I added a little split on the side, which I think looks really nice. I then bought this shirt and these tights to complete the corporate rococo look. Here are my notes and sketches. As you can see by my note at the top, I took a bit of inspiration from Xingqiu from Genshin Impact, namely his long coattails. I think his outfit is actually rather Oji-like already, and I actually have a little bit of gender envy for him. So yeah, in conclusion, I definitely recommend this program to anyone who's interested. It was great building a sense of camaraderie with everyone else and working hard to, express our genders in the way that we want to and be accepted. For whatever the heck we wanted to do with that. I was in the Longmont group, so I was with Elaine, and she was very accommodating to my slow processing speed, and she was very kind and great. And I wish I could do this program again. I can't because I'm 18 and I'll be 19 by the time it happens again, I think. But it was an amazing experience. I definitely recommend, if you can, do being a part of it yourself or helping to support it. And the final runway was thrilling. I forgot that part, but that was amazing. Yeah.
Welcome back. So we are here with OASOS, and that is actually OASOS, so it's an acronym. They are with Boulder County Public Health, and OASOS stands for Open and Affirming Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Support. So OASOS is for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, intersex, and asexual LGBTQIA+ youth 13 through 18, and then 12 with parent and guardian permission. So I am here with the whole crew, and I just wanted to introduce myself to you because you guys have been in the green room and we've been in here. So my name's Elaine Waterman, she, her pronouns. I am Gray Ace, and I am the executive director at the Firehouse Art Center.
and I'll pass it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Elaine. My name's Jax Gonzalez. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the program coordinator for OASOS.
My name is Sienna. I use she, her pronouns, and I've been with the YAC for a year and a half-ish now.
My name is Tommy Weinbaum. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a program specialist focusing on school-based services with OASOS.
My name's Laurel. I use any pronouns, and this is my 3rd year with the YAC.
Okay, so you're saying the YAC, and what is that?
Awesome. So YAC stands for Youth Advocating for Change, and we are a youth leadership group, which is facilitated by OASOS. So we work in partnership with sexual and gender diverse youth in Boulder County to change the cultural, systemic, and internalized oppressions that affect us by means of open conversation and education with communities to create a Boulder County that values the voices and experiences of sexual and gender diverse youth. So we've worked with several other groups in Boulder County, including CSAP, which is Community Substance Abuse Prevention, Out Boulder County, GLOW, MESA, which is Moving to End Sexual Assault, and SHAPE, which is Sexual Health Awareness and Peer Education, along with several other groups. We do education and provide resources for many adults in it's working in education. We work with educators, teachers, and parents in Boulder Valley School District and St. Vrain Valley School District. And we also work to provide resources for GSAs. We work to organize events with other organizations and so much more, right?
Thanks, Laurel.
Thank you. That totally sounded staged, but was not staged when I asked YAC, so I hope I didn't take that away from a different, okay.
You're good. Awesome. Go ahead, Tommy.
Cool. Yeah, so I wanted to share a little bit about why this is important, right? So I'm going to share a little bit about risk and protective factors for youth for LGBTQ plus youth nationally, and this is what we're working on here in Boulder County. So as you see on your screen, the National School Climate Survey by GLSEN came out a couple years ago, and 86% of LGBTQ plus youth are still experiencing harassment, discrimination based on their characteristics, including sexual orientation and gender identity and gender expression. So even as we have more progressive policies and supports in place, this is still something that's happening. And we know that supporting LGBTQ plus youth provides them more opportunity, not just to exist and survive through school, but to thrive and find joy. So, for example, the same survey showed that folks who have their pronouns and names respected by everyone living in their homes have half the rate of attempted suicide as those who don't have that. So the affirmation and support that we provide and that families and schools provide can really drastically impact mental health in a positive way or in a negative way. So supporting LGBTQ plus youth is more about risk. It's also about providing joy and belonging and providing these opportunities for folks to thrive. The Trevor Project is a really incredible national organization who also recently did a survey and spoke about how having affirming spaces in schools, seeing positive examples of LGBTQ plus people in their curriculum, in history, learning about these folks, and having visible signs of support in schools contribute to a sense of belonging and joy in schools. And school policies and the existence of GSAs in schools are another thing that really support and our youth in thriving. So in other words, we need more of that. We want to keep growing that so folks are not just getting by, but really finding that sense of joy and belonging.
Thanks so much, Tommy. So why are we here today? The first slide said know your rights, and the couple yackers here with us are going to provide some context for us in talking about the rights for LGBTQ youth in the state of Colorado. So here on the screen, I have a bill from last year that's HB 21-1108 or 1108. And it was signed into law, and it expanded prohibitions against discrimination. So the law specifically calls out the need to protect all, regardless of disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, marital status, national origin, or ancestry in all places of public accommodation, and that was ruled to include schools. And so what we know about that in the work that we do in schools and the work that we do with youth in supporting youth to advocate for themselves is that the law is on their side. And that's really important to knowing how to support your kids in schools. And so the YAC are going to present on the most relevant legal protections. Both Laurel and Sienna are going to present on these legal protections for LGBTQ youth in Boulder County in the next slides. And we can share this information afterwards if y'all reach out with us. And I just want to give a caveat that this isn't all of your rights. It's just the most relevant ones. And we're compiling federal, state, and district policies here. Important, we're not attorneys. We are movement workers. We are activists moving towards liberation together. So this shouldn't be interpreted as legal advice. And we can't ask, because of that, we can't answer questions about like specific cases. But we're giving you kind of a roadmap for engaging and making sure that your school is giving you the support that you need. So we can give you some other resources if you do need legal support. And I will pass it over to Sienna.
Okay, awesome. According to this law that Jax just presented and talked about, you cannot be discriminated against in educational activities, classes, athletics, counseling, employment assistance, or extracurricular activities due to your identity in any situation.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I will point out here is that it also includes gender expression. And so you don't have to identify as transgender or non-binary. It can just be about the way that you're presenting yourself. That's still protected. And I'll pass it back over to Laurel.
So rights of all students include the right to use any gendered facilities such as locker rooms, restrooms, dressing rooms, dorms, or lockers. So all students have the right to use these facilities consistent with their gender identities. Students can request to use a single stall bathroom to protect their privacy. Students have the right to be referred to by the name that they and pronouns that they identify with. So the Colorado Civil Rights Commission prohibits referring to an individual with a name or pronoun that misgenders them on purpose. And students also have the right to dress according to the gender that they identify with, and the dress code should apply equally with all students. So as Jax just said, gender expression isn't something that you can be discriminated, or that can be differently enforced within students regardless of their gender identity.
Next, we are going to talk about when bullying crosses the line of discrimination and or harassment. Some pieces of when it would cross the line or what it would look like when it crosses the line would be when it becomes repetitive, when it becomes severe, when it limits any of someone's abilities to do things or go certain places, and it can, if it is based on sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, it could also be considered sexual harassment.
So students have the right not to endure bullying in any manner, including written, verbal, or online. And bullying is defined as when someone coerces or intimidates another person to have control over them or to cause them physical, mental, or emotional harm. So bullying, as Sienna said, becomes harassment when it's based on someone's protected class. And bullying includes physical acts such as gestures or objects. This bullying turns into harassment when those gestures or objects are related to groups that engage in activities motivated by bias or based on hate. Students are protected from bullying or harassment on district property, at district or school-sanctioned events, and in vehicles dispatched by the district, such as bus drivers. And as I said before, if bullying is based on a protected class, that's when it's considered discrimination.
There are also a few things you could do if your student or child is experiencing this type of discrimination or harassment. You can report it or file a complaint, which is what you should do, and you can do it to teachers, counselors, or principal if you want to do it at a school level. You can do it to the district's compliance officer if you'd like to do it at a district level or you think that is necessary, and you can reach out to OASOS and they will help you with that. Jax's email is posted on the slide. So, and then you can also go to the Office of Civil Rights in U.S. Department of Education, or you can use Safe to Tell, which is a local confidential program.
So the school has a few things that it is required to do to respond to reports of bullying or harassment. So first, the school has to conduct a prompt, thorough, and impartial investigation into the reported events. They then have to immediately end the harassment, communicating with the targeted student on how best to end the harassment, and checking in afterwards to make sure that it has ceased. The school is meant to eliminate the hostile environment, making sure that the victim no longer feels it is interfering with their ability to participate in school. The school also has to prevent retaliation, prevent the harassment from continuing, and provide another opportunity to obtain a benefit that was interfered with or denied by the bullying in the first place. Schools are required to provide services to students that were denied benefits based on bullying or harassment, and limit interactions between harassers and targets. They also have to determine consequences for harassers for the events that have already happened, and possible future consequences for these continued events. So students who engage in bullying or retaliate against a student who in good faith reported bullying can be suspended, expelled, or referred to law enforcement authorities in severe cases.
Awesome, thanks y'all. So that was a little whirlwind process through some of the laws and protections for youth in the state of Colorado, federally and also locally, which is really where our work has laid. And so if you're a parent or a youth or a teacher or an ally in our community, there's a couple different ways to get involved with serving and supporting and affirming our LGBTQ youth. So we have two Safe Schools Coalition in Boulder County. Boulder Valley Safe Schools Coalition was started over 10 years ago, and it's the first Safe Schools Coalition in the state of Colorado, and that serves Boulder Valley School District. And then we also have the St. Vrain Valley Schools District Safe Schools Coalition. And that meets every month on the last Tuesday of every month. And in that space, that is both youth and some teachers and district folks, but also parents and youth serving individuals. So like some of the partners that Laurel mentioned earlier are all in that space. And we come together, we talk about some puzzles in the district, and we organize together to think about how to make sure that youth are affirmed in our school districts here in Boulder County. Of course, OASOS, which we mentioned earlier, and that's where Tommy and I work together, and then Laurel and Sienna work with us through the YAC. But OASOS has weekly groups. OASOS has a weekly social support kind of drop-in space on Thursdays from 4:30 to 6:30. Right now we're meeting online, but we'll be meeting in person soon again. Yeah. Online means that we have a little bit more access for folks maybe who are in the far reaches of Boulder County and the folks who don't have as much services in other counties as well. And then last I'll mention that there are guidelines for educators working with transgender and gender nonconforming youth. From One Colorado, and it's a really good resource to utilize, which has a lot of the language we've included in this presentation to help you navigate and support your youth in schools. And I'll just emphasize that if you have a puzzle that you're dealing with, or you're feeling like your student is being harassed or bullied in the school system, please reach out to us. My email is on the bottom of this slide again, and will continue to be there so that you can gain access. And we can sit in a meeting with your administration at the school or just with you. We can advocate for you without naming you. Whatever that looks like, we'll work together to make sure that you're getting the support that you need in your school system. Because as Tommy said, it's really important that we get youth support in schools. They spend more than half their life in schools by the time they're 18, and it's just a really important space for us to have for youth. We're going to shift into kind of like a conversation between us now, and Elaine will invite some questions from you, but we have 2 to start with, so I'm going to hand it over to Tommy.
Yeah, I'm excited. All right, who wants to start?
Don't you start?
Well, I'm going to ask you the question. I'll put you on the spot
Yeah,
first.
Laurel, you get to go.
All right. So I'm curious if you could share an example of something either that has happened for you that's been affirming in a school space, or something that you would really love to see happen that would feel affirming to you in school.
Well, something that I generally love to see when it does happen is teachers making sure to include sexual and gender diverse narratives in their curriculums. For example, in language arts and English classes, when including queer and transgender authors, and making sure to teach about their queerness as a part of the curriculum. That's something that can feel really affirming and really help a lot of queer students.
Awesome. Do you have an example of when that's happened or when something similar has happened
When
for you?
that's happened? Well, when actually, this was in my middle school, but when we read the Diary of Anne Frank, there are parts in the diary that might possibly allude to her queerness, which are excluded from sub-published versions of the book. And our teacher taught us about those parts and had us read about that online, which is something that felt really affirming to me as someone discovering my gender identity and sexual identity at the time.
Awesome. So just having that conversation
Yeah.
and having that pointed out meant something to you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing, Laurel. How about you? Anything that's happened specifically or that you would like to see happen that would be affirming?
I don't have anything specifically, but I think overall, like I've gotten pretty lucky when it comes to like the openness and affirmingness of my school experiences, because I've gone to such open schools. Part of that is just living in Boulder, of course, but like I have, whenever I've gone to any of my schools, or at least my middle and high school, from what I can remember, there's always been flags everywhere and like people who are expressing that it's okay to be whatever you want, and like a lot of support from fellow students and teachers, and there's always opportunities. And I don't think I've ever come upon a situation where there's never an adult or even a student around who understands what someone is going through or how hard a situation can be for someone.
So it sounds like there's always been someone or something that says who you are is okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. And what are some other examples of like how that shows up in school? I heard pride flags and people just outwardly saying affirming things.
Yeah.
supporting you.
I mean, I've also always had the option to participate in a GSA at my schools, which I think is really important because I can be around other people in the same community as me and feel safe and loved by those people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So having community amongst your peers as well as some of those symbols across
Yeah.
the school.
Mhm.
Awesome. Anything else either of you want to add on that one?
Can I actually ask a question? So as far as like, obviously you are very involved in your community, but if there was a kiddo that wanted to kind of go to GSA and didn't, like, what is the process of telling kids what is available for them that the school does, and kind of supporting them to make that first step? Because it could be kind of hard, you know, when you go to GSA, if you go by yourself or if you don't have anyone to go with, like, what do you do?
Great question. Yeah, I wonder, do either of you have an experience like that?
So often I think the best part about a GSA is going to be the members of the GSA. That's at least been my experiences. I'm not a huge member of my school's GSA, but you can see it advertised around the school. I know that the people in the GSA make a great effort to reach out to others and to let people know that it's there, it's a resource, it's important. So I think that, you know, the essence of queer youth is often that they attract other queer youth. So I think that they can pretty much handle that part by themselves when a school is providing, you know, the time and resources available and allowing them to, like, advertise around the school.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my GSA will put up posters, and at the school I go to, you have to have a little, like, admin approved stamp to put the posters up wherever you go. So just the fact that the school is allowing them to do that and advertise themselves is important, I think, because, you know, students are going to be more excited to go to a club when the cool 12th grader with the blue hair is telling them to go to the club versus when their LA teacher is telling them to go to the club.
And I wish I was the cool 12th grader with the blue hair.
The cool teacher with pink hair.
Yeah, I try to take on that persona as an adult as much as possible.
And just for everyone, what does GSA stand for?
Oh, GSA stands for Sexuality and Gender and Sexuality Alliance. Some schools also refer to their club by SAGA, which is sexual. Wait, sexual and gender Sexuality and Gender Alliance. Yes, that's what it is. That's what a lot of GSAs have been rebranding themselves as to just like eliminate the like gay straight thing, like Sexuality and Gender Alliance. But I've seen GSAs referred to by a few different things these days, but they're still essentially the same thing.
Yeah, some clubs do choose other names to kind of widen what they're doing, or also provide a little more safety for folks who aren't ready to say, like, I go to a Gender and Sexuality Alliance club, but might say, I go to an Allies club. So there's a lot of different ways to frame the club and to meet people in intersecting identities as well, like diversity clubs or rainbow clubs, things like that. So there's a lot of different ways to frame the club itself that might make people feel a little more comfortable jumping in.
And we're seeing clubs at the elementary level sometimes call themselves Skittles. Is that
Middle
true?
school.
Oh, middle school?
Middle
They
school
call themselves
level.
Skittles?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Skittles.
Yeah.
Skittles Club, Pride Club.
Oh, because of the
Allies
rainbow.
clubs.
I was like,
Yeah, there's some really fun ones. I think, you know, just to expand on what Laurel was saying, I think you're right, Laurel, like getting it out there, getting support from the admin is really key so that you can post as well as do announcements. If there's a school paper, get it in the school paper. I'd say also get involved in the school. Like GSAs have this really awesome opportunity to do presentations or create some advocacy campaigns if they want to increase awareness, maybe about pronoun usage, for example. They could put together some kind of educational materials, get it supported by administration, and then either do a presentation or put posters up on the walls. There's a lot of cool things they can do. Hold events, do fun things. Like, I think one of the best ways to get more members might be to just hold an open, like, bring a friend to GSA club day. Or throw a little pizza party. Do fun things that might get people feeling more comfortable to walk in the door, and then they might realize, like, oh, this is kind of cool. I can be myself here. So anything that opens the door and lets folks know.
Yeah. And I'll add, because it's my jive to think about this, is that legally schools, if a student wants to bring a GSA to a school, if you don't have a GSA in your school, go to your principal. We'll find an adult who might co-host it with you, because you will need an adult advisor. But the school has to allow you to have the GSA if you have other non-curricular clubs or events at the school, like chess club, for example, would be a non-curricular club. And so if you have any challenges around that, or if you just want to start it up and want to know where to go, you can reach out to us as well, and Tommy can support you in navigating that.
Then I have another question. So as far as you were talking about how the law protects gender expression, does that carry over to like extracurriculars like choir or band or anything like that? Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. It carries over into anything that is done officially at the school, but due to the fact that the school receives public monies. And so where it gets more complicated is at the private school level. They do not have to follow the same laws in the state of Colorado or broadly federally because they are not receiving that public funding. That's how these schools are held to those regulations. But yeah, if the choir is sponsored by the school, if the sport is sponsored by the school, if the flag competition is sponsored by the school. I'm like, what is that called? When
color guard.
Thank you, color guard.
I thought you were talking about like capture the football or something.
I mean, yeah, capture the flag.
Capture
the football.
I was thinking flag football, and
Yeah,
then it like,
we got
okay,
there.
we're good. It's fine.
Anything that's an official event of the school,
Okay.
you cannot be discriminated against. They must make access for you, which is due to Title IX regulations. Okay. Yeah. We have another question.
I
You wanna
do.
ask it?
Yeah, can I ask another one? I'll
Yeah.
start with you this
You can
time.
start with me this time.
Okay. What is one thing you wish teachers or parents knew about your experience?
I wish. Oh, this is such a hard question. I wish they understood that not everybody's struggle is the same, and also that you don't just go through a really difficult challenge with your identity once in one part of your life and then it just ends and you like got it over with, because that's not how it works. It doesn't just end. It's always around and it'll come back sometimes and it'll go away, and sometimes it's better than others, but it's not always.
It's not just a finite.
It's not
This is
like-
this is the time when you explore your identity, and then it's over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe it's not always challenging either. For some, it can be fun, even
Exactly.
exciting, exploring those identities.
Right.
Awesome. And what does that mean for how people support you?
I think just like support and like, hey, are you doing okay today? Like, you know, small things that are just like check-ins and understanding that I'm not always going to be okay in this part of my identity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So just leaving space for that evolution to happen. Awesome. Thanks so much. What about you?
One thing that I think some teachers and some educators do know this, but something that I feel like should be a little more well known is that honestly, queer kids are gonna know more about queer kids than anyone else. A lot of queer youth get really into it, and they know a lot about their history, they know a lot about their culture, they know a lot about their friends, they know a lot about themselves and what they're comfortable with. So I think that one of the most powerful things that a teacher or an educator can do is be a really open and affirming listener, and just give students the opportunities to talk, you know, to express themselves and their gender, and to express like what they're interested in terms of queer history, in terms of that sort of thing. I know loads of people who are sexuality or gender diverse, who have special interests concerning the LGBTQ plus community, who could talk about it for ages. And I think that teaching becomes a far more open and a far more powerful experience when teachers are willing to listen to kids do that.
Totally. Well, something that's coming up as you're saying that is
Oh my
how much
goodness.
things have shifted too, because even folks in my age or older who are part of the LGBTQ plus community, like things have just shifted. Language has shifted
like I think
so
something
much.
that's just important to know is you always have something to learn, and like even like I don't think I'm old. I'm like 18, but there are always like
elderly.
Yeah, there are always like new things coming up that like I don't know about. Like when I first started learning about neopronouns, that was something that I had no idea what that even was, and a lot of younger people in the queer community taught me about that. So I think it's important that we're all open to learning from everyone, regardless of age or experience.
What were you talking?
Neopronouns.
Okay, so
but
I don't
that's
know
a
what that
whole.
is.
That's a whole.
It's a whole bag of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a. How do you explain neopronouns? I feel like you could do it.
Neopronouns are essentially the concept that anything can be a pronoun.
Okay.
So, for example, I know somebody who uses they, them, berry self. So if I were to refer to them in a statement,
Seahorse one time.
yeah. So
that-
I
that
could
counts.
refer to them and interchange my reference with them and Barry. So I could refer to them, I could refer to Barry. Like they are in college, Barry goes to, I actually forget what college they go to. So that's not a good example for that. But that's the bare bones explanation of neopronouns. I hope I did it justice.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that like what that does for me, I think as an adult who in some ways has become the adult that I needed when I was a teenager, these moments of learning from youth are just so powerful. Like y'all are just cool. Y'all have cool ideas. Y'all are not interested in following stuffy norms of society, and you're like, I'm just doing it my own way, and we don't have to do that, right? Like sometimes I'll say something about like, well, that would be hard because of X, Y, or Z, and they're like, why? Like, let's just do it. And I'm like, right, we don't have to follow that weird norm I was following, huh? And like youth just helped me think of like the possibility of a life we want to live together, right? The possibility of a future where we're all experiencing affirmation in schools and settings and with our peers and with our parents and siblings and guardians and the grocery store person we interact with every day and the person we get our coffee from, and of course they're always queer, but the person who helps us change our tires on our car or do our oil change, right? Like all of these different spaces, these spaces can all be places where we feel affirmation around our gender and sexuality. And working alongside youth in leadership and affirming them has just also affirmed me in a lot of ways. I think it's a really incredible thing to be able to
It's
do.
addictive, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Isn't it? Because then you
100%.
get that like joy and like anything's possible, and like I love it too. I think that working with teenagers and youth has been really like amazing, and I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah. A really good example of that actually is that last week during the YAC meeting, or we meet once a week, during the YAC meeting, I was like, so I signed us up to do this thing, and like if anybody wants to come, that's cool. It's Monday and it's on this. And Laurel was like, yeah, for sure. Here, let me just, and Sienna and Laurel just sat there and like made up the thing, and they were like, here you go. And I was like, what? I was like stressed about like, how are we going to manage to do this and this other thing? And everybody was just like, it's fine, Jax. Like you signed us up, let's go. Like it was just this moment of like, right. It's like, it's okay. It's okay. And we don't need to be as stressed. It's really awesome.
And just to kind of point on what you were saying a minute ago, Laurel, like I feel like the generations within queer community and the way that we all learn from each other is such a beautiful thing. That's something I really love about working with youth, as well as getting to interact with folks older than me, is that I can always listen to folks who are my elders as well as folks who are younger than me and learn something new all the time. So I'm grateful for all the perspectives that we bring together.
Yeah, and actually, before we came on, somebody was saying, oh, do we need to say our age? And I was like, oh, we do not need to say our age. But then you were saying it was good because, some of you guys are in high school, I'm assuming? High school? Okay. So what grades are you?
I'm a senior.
I'm a sophomore.
Sophomore.
Yeah.
What?
Did you not know that?
I thought you were a junior.
I know, I forget she's a sophomore too sometimes.
That's hilarious. Great. That means you get to hang out with us for 2 more years. Yay!
And I wanted to give you a chance. Are there events or like what kind of resources are there for the youth?
We've got some great plugs.
Yeah.
Yes.
We for sure do. And I had a slide about them, but I don't have it here, so that's okay. But I'm going to tell y'all first, you want to talk about the mental health sessions that are coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm collaborating with some folks from Mental Health Partners to do some sessions for GSA advisors, actually, around supporting LGBTQ plus youth mental health. As well as supporting advisors. So I have 2 sessions coming up. One is actually next Monday, and these are for folks who are GSA advisors in schools or maybe want to be GSA advisors in schools. And the folks at Mental Health Partners are putting together a presentation and workshop on supporting LGBTQ plus youth mental health. And then 2 weeks later, there's one on self-care for GSA advisors that we're doing as well.
Yeah, which is something that we do at OASOS, is just developing different programs for things we're seeing in community. What I'm hoping most of our focus tonight wasn't on, but is a reality, is that we are in a mental health crisis in the U.S. and in the state of Colorado, specifically for youth. And so we're always looking at developing ways to both foster joy and affirmation among queer and trans youth, and also offer services and supports for thinking about how we do this and how we navigate and support youth mental health in healthy ways, and our own mental health as adults working with youth. Super important in the work we're doing. The other thing we want to announce is the GSA Summit. Okay. It's so awkward. That's going to be April 2nd here in Longmont, Colorado. The theme this semester is where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. We're going to be engaging a conversation about intersectionality and intersectional organizing around LGBTQ people and movements, specifically thinking about the context of GSAs. How do you make activities in your GSA from an intersectional perspective? How do you share experiences in those ways? And then at the end of the day, so it's free to attend for anyone who wants to attend. We just ask that you register, and you can find information about that on our Instagram at OASOS Network. I remembered that. I was looking at Tommy because Tommy runs the Instagram. At OASOS Network, we post all of our events and resources, but you can find the link to register in our profile there. But that's really exciting resources, thinking about schools and organizing in schools. That's for parents, for youth, and for teachers and staff in schools. It'll be here in Longmont. And then at the end of the day, we're doing a voguing ball competition. In collaboration with Boulder County. Lily James is going to be emceeing. We're going to have, and Lily James was involved in Slay the Runway.
She was our MC, and then she assisted in the Boulder cohort. So
yeah. Yay. She is the house mother of the House of the Colorado House of LaBeija. There we go. That's where I was going. And so if you've never been to a voguing ball, please come. You can witness the brilliance of voguing, and as well as a handful of other categories. You can compete yourself if you want to, or just come and witness some of the celebration of BIPOC, queer, and trans femininity in history. So those are two events that are coming up. And then lastly, will one of you talk a little bit about the YAC application process? So YAC applications will start.
The YAC application?
YAC.
That's what we should start calling it.
100%. We should start calling it. If y'all are.
Yeah. Why can't I say it?
You have to be able to say it.
YAC
Yaklification.
Yaklification.
There we go.
Yaklification.
The application will open in April. And if you're interested in being involved in learning with these folks, at least with Sienna, because Laurel will be going away to college. Yay, Laurel, but sad also. Those applications will open in April, and you'll be able to. Ages 13 and over.
Have to be in high school, right? I think that's what it said when I joined. Yeah, you just have to be going into your freshman year.
Going into high school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Or just anywhere in high school.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then you sit with us for the year, you get a small stipend, and you get to make change in your community.
Wow. You get a small stipend? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to write that down. Awesome. Well, cool. Thank you so much. We are going to wrap this up. I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for coming and sharing all that information, and then sharing your experiences as well. And definitely, if you are an LGBTQIA plus youth and you want to learn more about YAC, and you want to go to the support groups with OASOS and all of that. We'll have all that information on the YouTube and the Facebook page, so you can kind of access that as well after this is airing. Let's see, what is coming up next? We have our parents are coming up. So we have a parent panel coming up after this. I'm obviously going to be participating in that, as well as parents of LGBTQIA youth in the community, as well as parents from the Slay the Runway program. So we are going to be sharing kind of our experiences, and we are not a panel of experts. We are just a panel of parents who want to create a supportive network and maybe share some of the mistakes that we've made and some of the really great stories we have as well of times we did get it right. So that's coming up next, and thank you so much, OASOS, Jax, Sienna, Tommy, and
Laurel.
Oh my gosh, so many
close.
names tonight. We tried to. My eyesight's not that great, and these little labels are very small. So, but thank you so much for coming and sharing everything. And maybe we'll have some of the kids in the same programs, and it'll be a fun share. So, come back, and we'll be talking to some parents. So, see you on the other side. We are back with our parent panel, and these are all wonderful parents of some of the kiddos from our Slay the Runway program. I'm going to have them introduce themselves, but I just wanted to say, first off, thank you. I know that some of our kids were driving and some of our kids were not, so thank you so much for driving them around, taking them to the Longmont location, the Boulder location, taking them to, Black Box Theater, managing the parking
I'm sorry
at
about
CU.
parking at the CU campus. I can't control that.
It's always, like, where do we park? Where do we go? I don't know. And so thank you so much for doing the driving and getting the kids to the program. They obviously could not do it without you, and we could not have had the program without you either. So thank you for sharing them with us. And we are just going to do introductions. You guys know who we are already, obviously Stephen and I. So we can start with Joshua.
Hello. My name is Josh. I am a non-binary bi parent of Grace, who spoke and you got to see earlier.
She was sitting right here, down at the bottom. So.
Pronouns are they, them.
I'm Sherry. My pronouns are she and ella. I like to let my Spanish-speaking friends know that they're also part of my group. And I am the mother of Luis, who is the little prince.
I'm Reagan, she, her. I'm Rio's mom.
I'm Irene, she, them, and I'm Max's mom.
Right. And so Max wasn't here. So, yeah, we definitely missed having them here. And I know I speak for Stephen in saying that we miss the kids a lot.
Oh my gosh,
I have to
yes.
tell you, the after the runway show ended, it was like this, yay, it was so great. But then it was like the next week when we were supposed to have the class, it was so sad because, it was a whirlwind and it was lots of work and, a big commitment. But it was such a hole, not having them there and working with them. So
I missed them. I also went to Cancun, so.
Okay. I did not go to Cancun, so I might have missed them more. But I guess just to get kind of us started talking, how did you find Slay the Runway? How did you find the program? Anyone?
I think it was on Facebook, either in Boulder Collective or a Longmont group. I can't remember which, but
Okay.
it was one of the local groups of creative types.
Did you guys advertise throughout Boulder County's newsletter?
You know what? We probably did.
Because
Just as a partner,
I think that's probably where, because I read their newsletter regularly and volunteer with them a lot, and so that's probably where I had that little data and sent it to my child. Hey, you want to do this?
Yay!
I have no memory of whether I found it or Max found it or how we did it.
Well, I remember Grace was in a program that you ran earlier
Yes,
a couple
yes.
years ago, which was while Grace was had not yet was non-binary pronouns rather. Now she's she, her, and her dress in that program was butterfly wings. And it was that was a lot of fun. But, so.
Yes. So the way the story goes is Grace was instrumental in creating the program because I used to do fashion design workshops, and it was just fashion design, make what you want. But the joy that Grace got from trying on all the fabrics and she was like, this is going to be my second outfit and this is going to be my third. I was like, stop touching the fabrics, work on one. And then I don't know if it was the same experience.
Well, we had the maker space. Grace was like, what's this printer? What does that do? What can I make with this?
Yeah.
She's great.
Yep.
So she was instrumental because I was like, there is a need and I want to kind of fill that. And, obviously Ember is my kiddo and was also very instrumental in creating the program. It was kind of like seeing the joy of what Grace could create in the fashion design workshop, but then also kind of talking with Ember and, their journey. When I first put together the program, they hadn't really had that conversation yet. And it was kind of hard because I wanted to talk about how it was partly because of Ember's experience, but Ember wasn't ready to like really say anything about it. And so they were like, well, I don't want to do the program. And I was like, but it's for you too. And then they were like, okay, well, maybe I'll come and just like hang out. And then it was like, well, you have button makers. Like, we were going to have a button maker. Maybe I'll just make some buttons. And then at the end, they had 3 outfits.
3 outfits.
Did any of your kids have, did they come already in the clothing and style, or did they sort of arrive as they were like, maybe I'm interested, and then they did it, and I'm curious?
That was pretty much the experience that Rio had. She was, dipping her toe into it, and then by the end of it, just totally in love with fashion and designing and just, wanting to do more and more. So it's been great.
Great.
Yeah, I would say Max has long been interested in doing things with clothing, all different kinds of things, getting clothing at Goodwill and cutting it up and, remaking it into other things. But, this was, I think, really, the idea of fashion in this way, in a public way was new.
Luis is an artist, and so I think when I was overhearing his interview with you originally, he came into it really wanting to know how does fabric flow on human body, because he really designs a lot of characters. And so he was kind of looking at it from that point of view as an artist. How do I have authentic looking clothing? But he's also always kind of, he enjoys designing his characters and their attire as well. And, his frame is so petite that in any gender, he struggles to find clothing that fits him well and that, is his aesthetic. So I think as he got to know how to sew and he worked with you guys more, that world kind of opened up of, oh, look, I can take this pair of pants and do a few things and turn it into breeches. And I can take this fabric from scratch and transform it into a vest, and I think that really helped inspire him and got him interested into more sewing for himself, not just for the artist in him.
Mm-hmm. I remember Luis was our first interview, and I didn't really know exactly where it was going, but I remember talking with him, and Stephen and I were commenting. You said something about like how exciting it was because Luis wanted to was talking about world building and character building and how to use fashion to build these characters and build this world, and it was just it was really exciting because he was the first kid, and so it's just been.
And I've noticed he tries to be very inclusive and diverse in his characters, and so I think he did reference tonight enjoying seeing what everyone else was making.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it was because then he could see other people with different body shapes and different gender identities
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. What did they enjoy and how did they want to express themselves, and kind of help inspire him to continue to grow, in his mind, the different possibilities that there are for what people wear.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. Yeah, fast fashion doesn't really have a non-binary section,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or like a queer section of
Exactly.
H&M. Kind of H&M sometimes, less so lately. And so it's really exciting to see. When I first started doing public sewing workshops, I was in Long Beach, California, and the group of people that started coming the most were people from the queer community, because there wasn't an over-the-counter answer for their body, in the store, or people would be, transitioning and needed different clothes and different sizes and different times and different settings, and for people to be able to alter clothes or make their own clothes, it's really exciting, And it was so funny with these teens, and of course they're all so brilliant and did the most amazing things, but some of them were like, okay, wait. So how do I measure to make this, the idea that you take a measurement and then the clothing is that measurement of your body was that's cool. They're it's custom. And I was like,
Exactly.
yeah, we're making tailored custom clothes.
Atelier.
That's really great. Max was like, all right, I know all this. I've got it down.
I actually talked to Max. So we were at Joann's, and I was trying to say, when you drape it, I know that you wanted to make drape it so that it comes from a true line, a straight line, so that it drapes like, you know, and I think that they already knew, but I was just trying to. But yeah, a lot of the kiddos came with like their own knowledge of fashion design, and some had, you know, threading the needle and sewing the machine with the machine was a little bit frightening.
Yeah, some of them were like, I think I'm going to do all this by hand. And I was like, you know, you might just give the machine a try. Just once. Some of them made all the way through with like no machine. They were like, it's hand done.
Oh, really?
Pretty close. But they did end up using the industrial sewing machine, which sews through pleather, which was different.
Right.
Because they needed to have the pleather.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You gotta
Sometimes you need
upgrade.
pleather.
Yeah.
No interest in the regular sewing machine, but the industrial meant for it. Yeah, it was great.
Well, cool. I guess I wanted to talk. So this is like the Caregivers Conference, and it's really like I wanted to bring you guys together to kind of share experiences, maybe talk about when that first conversation, when, you know, if you've had that where your kiddo came out, or, you know, wanted to talk more about gender affirmation and wanted to talk more about identity and how that might have gone for you. I guess I can start. So Ember was in, gosh, I think 5th grade. And I think the conversation was, I think I'm bi, and you know, kind of just that expression, and I, you know, I don't really remember exactly how I reacted. I think I was just like, oh, you know, thank you for sharing, and you, kind of how we were gonna change things up, like what was gonna change, and I think the conversation that happened after that was, you know, are they too young to be having this conversation? Like, when is a good age, or, you know, why do we have to sexualize everything? Mm-hmm. And I was really feeling like it was more of like an expression thing. Like, your identity, your gender expression is part of your identity, and it doesn't really have anything to do with sexuality. Obviously, as you get older, maybe, you know, that relationship changes. And regardless of the age, I kind of came from this understanding that I don't really care how many times my child misgenders themselves. Like, I would rather them make that mistake than think that what they are is a mistake. So it was really like, you tell me, and then that's where we are. So I feel like, you know, that was kind of the discussion, and then they kind of backtracked after that, and you know, there was a period of time where we didn't really talk about it, and then I believe it was right when Slay the Runway was happening. Then they were like, I'm non-binary, I go by they them, and I was like, okay, good, you found your spot where you want to land, and that's where we are now. So. Has anyone, like, how have you guys kind of handled it, and what has it been for you?
I'll go. When Grace was littler, my wife and I have different stories of when we realized. I think she sort of had the ideas earlier, but I was getting ready for a ballet that I was going to be in, and I was trying on a corset, as one does, and she sort of came in and like, oh wait, that's an option, and sort of had this in her mind. You could see it in her eyes, and so we introduced her to Drag Race as sort of a next, and then we went to a show, and the first time she went out of the house in drag was for Drag Race Christmas. They had a Denver all ages show, barely all ages, just to be clear, if anybody's thinking of going. But that was her first time out of the house in drag, and then it became a thing where she was doing regular shows and playing with gender, etc. But I remember that, she's little, that was like 9 years old when she was first doing that. I remember I was cooking dinner one time, and we were listening to an audiobook. Melissa, I think, is the name of the book. It's hard. The book has a dead name. It used to be it's about a trans kid, and now the title used to be the masculine name, and now they've changed it, so it's the feminine name. But we were listening to the book, and I was cooking, but I could feel something going on, and sort of went into the other room and asked her, hey, what, like the book was talking about the character not feeling seen by anybody, and sort of asked Grace, hey, do you feel like you're not seen? And he just sort of said, I think I'm a girl, and sort of, like, it was a good moment. It was really kind of cool, but yeah, it was pretty straightforward as these things go, but a big moment nonetheless.
Yeah.
Wow. Thanks for sharing. My pleasure.
So our family actually was part of a faith community that was not supportive of LGBTQ people. And so when my child came out to me, I looked at them and I'm like, 30 seconds ago, they were beautifully and perfectly made in the image of God. Nothing has changed other than my understanding of how they identify themselves. They are still absolutely perfectly and beautifully made in the image of God. And so at that point, I realized I'm the one with the problem, not them. And my husband and I rallied together, and we did our research, and we reached out to Boulder County and to other close friends who were allies already, and we worked with them to help learn all of the terminology, all of the options, all the resources, and to reprogram ourselves, and reject the lies we had been told about what it meant to be gay. And then on top of that, my son's also transgender, right? So he took us to the extreme end of this, and but it was, the whole process has been so liberating and beautiful for our family, and I feel like I'm even more able to express love for others than I ever was before, because now it is truly unconditional, and I get to just embrace people for as they are. And in the process of supporting him, my other son came out, and I also discovered that I'm pansexual. But in the way I grew up, I was never allowed to even consider that as an option. But when I asked myself, if I hadn't been raised as a homophobic prude, who would I be? And I realized I'd be panromantic and demisexual, and so, it's just been a really great process for our whole family to be liberated. And I have also been blessed to understand that my life partner, who is a man, is absolutely the right life partner for me. So I wasn't someone who had to feel any kind of regret over not finding out my full identity sooner. But it also feels great to know my full identity, so.
Well, Rio has always grown up having aunties of various genders, and that's just been always a very normal thing in our family. She's grown up knowing about the drag community from a very early age, and having aunties involved in that as well. And seeing something like this come up for her age group was a great opportunity, as I saw it, and she jumped at the opportunity to do it. Just being able to do something with a group of kids with the same interests as her, similar backgrounds, and knowing people that that are like people that she knows. And she just had a ball, and being able to hopefully give this opportunity to kids all over the country would just be so huge, because when she tells her friends, we didn't always live in Colorado. We're really lucky to be here now, but we used to live in Virginia, so you know what that's like. I'm sure you've heard a little bit about it. It's different. So she tells these stories to her friends there, and it's just huge. They want to come here, they want to see that, they want to experience this kind of stuff, and it's just a blessing for kids, here.
Wow, I can't top any of that.
Well, it's
not that it's a competition.
Exactly.
I know. But I was like, that was so powerful, what you said. I was just like, okay, let's just stop right there. Yeah, so, I feel like our story maybe is a little similar to what you're talking about, Elaine, that Max in middle school first said they were bisexual. And I think I had the same reaction of like, well, you're too young to have any sexuality. and it was sort of like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then later they said, oh, no, I'm not really pansexual. This was maybe early high school then. And again, it was like, oh, okay, that's just like, broadening things. That makes sense. And then now I'm forgetting the years. So maybe the fall right before the pandemic started, like pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. They sat us down and they said, I want to go by the name Max, and my pronouns are they, them. And that was, I think I just didn't really quite understand what that meant, at the time. Like, I just hadn't thought about that. I don't even know if I'd heard even the words non-binary at that point. So, we were like, okay, that's fine. We'll try to figure that out. It was definitely a process that went on for a while and continues to go on to understand separation of gender identity and sexuality like that, and romance. Like, I hadn't really thought about those as many multiple dimensions. And I think the experience for Max and Slay the Runway, I think, was incredibly affirming in multiple ways. But one of them, I think, was the multiple ages involved. I mean, I know they were one of the more senior folks, but I think there's something about almost like reprocessing your pathway in watching younger kids go through that. Like, I think it helps to refine and think through how that was for oneself.
Well, I found a number of parents that I've interacted with have experiences of, and maybe this is not just in gender world, like having kids, you learn things about yourself, but also learning things about your sexuality and your gender, that like parents experience it too, that the kids have that learning experience as they're watching other kids. But I think everybody, having to think about something you haven't thought about before, really sort of starts some conversations internally.
Yeah. It's so funny that you say that, because in talking about how the age groups, I was always thinking, oh, they have great mentors, like they can learn from the older kids how, and I never really thought about it like the older kids are still processing and they can kind of reprocess it. I think that is like super fantastic. I love kind of hearing that and learning that.
There was a lot of sharing that would happen in the workroom, and kind of funny, like, Project Runway or, like on Drag Race in the workroom when everybody processes, right? And it's really funny that actually happened as well. And I was like, okay. But everybody's, and it would be really great when people would just talk about, a lot of times it would be a discussion around some form of media, like, oh, I like blah, 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 and then somebody wouldn't like it, and then they would say why they didn't like it, and then they'd get in this whole conversation about, like, well, they misrepresented this person this way, and then it would just lead into they would all just really support each other in those really hard conversations, right? And it would be these spaces where people would be like, no, I really like Taylor Swift, and some of the other students would be like, Taylor Swift is the worst. And then they'd have these, and then it would turn into these really personal conversations about how they see the world or gender or representation in media, and they would just, and I'm just a fly on the wall, like, okay, cool, don't sew your finger. Again.
Which happened.
Just the one time. That's just that one time.
Well, I think that we are very close to wrapping up. We have a little bit of time, and I just wanted to say again, thank you. Thank you for being here for the parent panel. When this program was kind of brainstormed, and Susie was a big part of that, and Grace was a big part of that, the Caregivers Conference was a large part of why I wanted to do this program. And I think it kind of stemmed from kind of my experience of celebrating my kiddo and wanting my family to celebrate Ember as well, and just kind of coming up against these things where I was like, I'm saying it wrong, I'm not doing it right, and wanting to be a safe space for parents to kind of ask those questions, like, how can we be more supportive? How can we, help
celebrate and create safe spaces. And so I really thank you for coming and sharing your stories. I did also want to say, obviously, Slay the Runway is coming back. We did have a little video of when it is going to be coming back. It's going to be coming back June 28th.
20-something.
Yeah, so it is going
Pride
to be the week before July 4th and the week after July 4th. We are doing it Tuesday through Friday. We have the time from 10 to noon, and then we'll take like a lunch break and then do 1 to 3. And then July 8th is going to be the performance, which is again going to be at the Black Box Theater. With all the fancy fashion lights and the runway and everything like that. So just repeating that experience and just hopefully taking everything that we've learned from your kids and making the program even better. So I wanted to thank you for...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's been a great experience. And
yeah.
Totally, there were some nights where I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a lot of work, but it was so
Elaine
worth
and I,
it.
like on the phone, like, what are we doing?
Yes, yes, yeah. It was definitely a learning experience, and we're going to take that learning into our next year.
Yeah,
so.
we're really excited. I think it should be great. I think my niece is coming up from the south to come hang out and take the class. And it's going to be fun.
And Grace already has her outfits planned. Rio says.
Rio has
more
her
today.
outfits.
Yeah.
Emperor has. Yeah. So we'll
I think
have.
there's going to be a lot of jumpsuits. Maybe we'll have a whole jumpsuit section, and then we'll have other rompers. Sorry, rompers.
Well,
Flight would be cool.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
flight suit. We could do that. I've made a few. Those are fun.
Yeah.
Those are fun.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, I'm going to say that I will post all the resources that we kind of talked about from Out Boulder, OASOS, just other kind of organizations that could help youth and parents and kind of just create this loving and accepting and wonderful community that, we all want to live in and we know we can get to. So thank you for sharing your Monday night with us.
Yes.
And
And thank you, Longmont Public Media, as well.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, my gosh. All of my thank yous. Okay, so I have to do my thank yous now. So thank you, Longmont Public Media. Thank you, Building 61 and the Boulder Public Library. Thank you to Atlas Institute and to the Black Box Theater. Thank you to Arc Thrift, who donated vouchers for the kids to buy clothing. Thank you to Super Bloom Films, who filmed. Thank you to Lily, Twirling Tech Goddess, who was the Boulder cohort assistant, but then also was our MC and had a fabulous performance. Thank you to Miss Jessica, who performed at the Slay the Runway final show. I'm forgetting people. All Night Alliance, thank you for the makeup.
Firehouse Art Center. Firehouse Art Center.
Yes, Firehouse Art Center. Thank you to the Firehouse, Arts and Society, SCFD, and I think that might be it.
There's always more.
There's always more. If I've forgotten you, I will put it in the comments,
Yes.
and it does not mean that we do not appreciate everything that you have brought to this community and to this program. So we will sign off.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Thank you.